Wendy? Oh, that is correct.
Hello, I'm
Okay, I
here.
thought I lost you there
That
for
is
a few
correct.
minutes. Okay. Okay. So, Wendy, do you have a question or did you just want me to go into general for you?
Well, I have a question. Will I meet my significant other soon?
Oh, yeah, well that's coming within the next 2 years. Okay.
Okay.
I just need you to stop looking.
Okay.
Okay. You want, how do I say it? When we want something bad and we continually look for it, it takes that much longer for it to come to us. Okay. It's just the
Okay.
way the law of attraction works. So just think that you order a parcel and you're continually watching the delivery person. Are they bringing it? Are they bringing it? And it's no, it's not coming. It's out for delivery. It's not here. And the minute you go to the washroom or the minute you go to the neighbor's house, the parcel shows up. Okay. So it's the same thing when we're looking for something in our life, whether it be a partner, whether it be a job. The more we put energy into the fact that we're looking for it and we don't have it, the longer it takes for it to come, because we're attracting in more of what we don't want or don't have.
Okay.
Okay. Now, okay, I'm just playing and I'm trying to see within the next 2 years, possibly, which you could be looking at. I'm looking more into spring, okay? Like they're giving me more of a spring feeling for when you're going to meet. And you're going to meet him very unexpectedly. Like you're going to be maybe out digging in the dirt and completely out of sorts. And he's just going to show up and you're going to be like, oh, okay. So
that makes sense.
let's see. Okay. He's going to be kind of tall, with short, dark hair. Okay.
Okay.
I know that's not the type of the guy that you're used to or would like, but that's the type that's going to be coming. Okay.
Okay.
He's going to kind of challenge you to step out of your comfort zone. Okay. Does that make sense?
Okay. That does make sense. Yes.
Yeah. Because right now you're kind of, and I don't mean this as an insulting way, but it's the best way for me to explain it because I'm a farm girl, is animals will always follow the same path, okay? So they'll always go down the same path to eat. They'll always go down to the same path to drink, and they're always pick the same stall. So it's like you're stuck in a rut. You're doing the same thing over and over. You're going to the same places over and over, okay? You have to shake some things up.
Okay.
Okay. So you need to start going out of your norm. So if you're used to getting out of bed on the right side of the bed and you're able to get out of bed on the left side, start getting up on the left side.
Okay.
And if you continually go to a Starbucks, go to a McDonald's.
Okay.
So you can meet this guy, okay? And he's really going to make a big difference in your life. He's going to be, it's almost like you guys are going to do a lot of traveling. Do you like doing sports?
I do, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, they're showing me like you're going to be doing a lot of that stuff together. Because in the past, some of the guys you've dated weren't very, I don't want to say sportsy, but they weren't too interested. If the sports were there, they'd watch it. But they weren't interested in playing sports or getting active, which you are. And this gentleman that's coming into your life will be very active. So you better get in shape, girl.
Yes, that makes perfect sense.
Okay. Who in the family? Okay, this has got to be on the other side. Who in the family on the other side died of a heart attack?
My grandmother.
your grandmother?
Yes.
Was she kind of mid-height? And when I say
Yes.
mid-height, I'm going to, it's around 5'7".
I'm sorry.
Was she around 5 feet, between 5 feet and 5'7"? Know that she's with you and she is the one who's bringing you this gentleman. So he's approved by Granny. Okay?
Okay.
Do you have any other questions?
Yes. I would like
Okay. What?
to know a time frame where I will be reunited with my children.
I want to say this delicately, but it's hard to say over for the whole world to hear here. Okay. There's stuff that you're going to need to do kind of in your life. Okay. Before you're going to have that correction of them being back in your life. Does that make sense to you?
It does make sense, but I don't know what those corrections are.
Okay. Okay. On this one, could you just email me, please? At Cosmic Earth Angel.
Wait a minute here. I need to get a pen.
Yeah. I'll let you get a pen.
What is your
Cosmic
email?
Earth Angel. Cosmic Earth Angel.
Okay.
So please contact me and I can give you some one-on-one guidance on this, okay? I just don't feel it should be put on the air, all right?
Okay.
But know that you have your grandma with you, okay? She's with you at all times. When you drive, she wants you to slow down because you kind of speed a lot, okay? So she wants you to kind of slow down, okay? All right?
Yes.
Okay. Everyone, sorry about that. I just, we've got a nasty storm here and I keep losing connection. So let's just go into our next card here, which I'll just pull for you, which is the Awakening and Presence card. Okay. So with this card, the universe is telling us that we are in a cloak of protection and love from the universe. So know that as gifted people, which we all are in the universe, that we need to call in on Archangel Michael. We need to call in on our white light to protect ourselves in these times. Know that if you're starting to have like a bad day, just check in with yourself to see if this is truly belonging to you or if it's belonging to the universe, the rest of the people's energy in the world. Okay. So let's just say that you wake up one morning and you are in complete excellent mood. You're happy, you're singing, and within seconds you're feeling sad and angry. Know that that doesn't belong to you. Okay. So know that you haven't protected yourself quite as well as you should have when you got up in the morning. Say what you're grateful for every day so you can start drawing in the good energy, the positive energy, and more of what you want. And ask for that protection. Ask for Archangel Michael to come in to protect you. Ask for the white light. Imagine a white light just emanating around you to protect yourself from the energies in the world that are not so polite. I call them stinky energy. I call it negative energy. And so many people in the world don't realize that a lot of their bad is just that. It's stinky energy that they've collected along the way. And we help other people. Sometimes just by standing by somebody and being silent is very helpful to them. So know that when we do that, we are absorbing the negative energy from these people, which is why when they leave us, they feel so much better. But we've absorbed that energy. And if we don't correctly put that energy back into the universe or back into the earth, and we keep that energy, that's when we start getting negative. That's when we start getting illnesses that no matter how many tests the doctors run or no matter what they're looking for, they cannot find an illness or what's wrong with us. That's because it doesn't belong to us. And we have to learn a healer always needs a healer. Okay? So we need to heal ourselves and we need to let others heal us as well. Okay? So I want to use an example of this week. We had a gathering with a bunch of people, and some of the people there needed healing. Okay? They're going through a rough time, and their emotions were starting to get the better of them, and they felt like they had to take these emotions and just bury them and push them down. And I was trying to explain that no, if you're sad, you must cry. Like if you're angry, you have to let those emotions out. Okay? That's a way of healing. And the best way to heal is by letting other people help us. Okay? Now, if you're the other person helping them, sometimes just being silent and just being beside them and just holding their hand is all they need to feel better. A lot of the times they're not looking for us to tell them how to get better. They're not looking for us to explain things to them or tell them it gets better with time. All they want to know is somebody's next to them and just have that calming energy just surrounding them, imagining a white light around them. That's more healing to a lot of people than giving directions and orders and telling them what they need to do. Okay? Oh man, I'm getting a lot of downloads. Okay. So as a unit, as a group of people, the universe wants us to start being kinder, more loving, and spreading positive energies to each other. Okay? I'm hoping this is making sense because I'm just getting the information and spitting it out to you guys. They want us to lead by example. Okay? They want us to teach the generations coming up about the positive energies in life, the good things, being grateful that you have a roof over your head and you have food in your stomach and you have a loving family, and teaching them to be kind to everyone around them, because that's what makes the difference. Okay? So hopefully with us teaching the younger generation this, we can turn around and start eliminating bullies in the world. Okay? With school starting, this is going to be a big problem. Like they're telling me that bullying is going to be a big issue this year. There's going to be a lot of lost children in society, not understanding what's going on or why it's going on. And as adults, as the elders of society, the universe wants us to start teaching these children kindness. unconditional love, compassion, and understanding. That a child who may be bullying them may be being bullied at home or may not have the life that it appears to be having. Okay. A lot of kids that don't understand the compassion, the understanding, and the unconditional love is a child that may not be receiving it and understand the difference between, to them, that's the norm. That's what's happening at home for them. Some children may be just angry because they don't have food and they see other children have food and they're just not understanding what's going on, why they're not getting what all these other children are having. So we must work towards understanding and teaching our generations to come that you have to look at the other side of the story. That just because it looks one way and appears to be that way doesn't necessarily mean that that's true.
Hi, I'm Jenny, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now back to A1R on the air, Psychic Talk Radio now on Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Your Time to Shine, a radio show designed to help you explore your own divine gifts. How is everyone doing this week? Oh my gosh, it's been a really crazy week for me. I don't know how it's been for you, but things have just been really wild and crazy. We just came off of that super moon, and I'm telling you, I was feeling the energy of that way before it even happened. And that moon this time around was really making us dig deep into our personal lives. We were reevaluating our relationships. We were reevaluating our jobs, our careers, our home lives, everything that encompassed all of that. And it was big, big, big energy. And I can tell you that a couple of weeks ago, I had a really tough weekend. And, you know, I think that's people who are spiritual, we forget we are human and that we can have, you know, what I would call spiritual meltdowns, right? You go into these really dark places that you don't want to go, that you don't feel good being in. But by the time you go through all of that and you say, I'm throwing in the towel, I'm done, you know, whatever, you come out on the other side and you have somehow a renewed purpose and spirit. And so that's, you know, I want to remind everybody, you know, because there are a lot of healers, there's a lot of intuitives and spiritual mediums and psychics out there, all of us lumped in together. And sometimes we forget that we still have to go through those emotions. And it's tough for us because we're always supposed to be, you know, taking care of ourselves and vibrating at a high level. And, you know, sometimes you can't do it. You just literally can't do it. And that's kind of where I found myself a couple of weeks ago. So took a little time. I even took a couple of sick days from work and just kind of sat and was able to reevaluate some of the things that I was actually going through. And, you know, if you've listened to my show in the past, I talked about how important it is to keep your vibration high and how you can manifest all this great stuff in your life. But let me tell you, getting mad, the energy of them being mad and upset about your life or whatever is going on can be just as powerful as the positive side of manifesting. You get to a point where you're like, I'm done. It's over. I'm not doing this anymore. I give up. White flag. I surrender. Spirit, I'm not doing this anymore. I'm not doing this work. You get to that place, and then it's really powerful. It sends a message out to the universe of saying, okay, this is a call out and let's change this up. And so when you do that, then you're able to kind of come back around and then bring all the good stuff back into your life. And that's what I'm doing now. I'm reevaluating things. I'm looking at things with a new eye, with a new sense of being. And, so that's really what took place for me 2 weekends ago, and then through this full moon. And then a couple of days ago, I really felt the shift. I felt a shift in the energy. It was lighter. It was more energetic. Yesterday was a really heightened day of intuitiveness. And, if you really sat and looked around, if you saw my post, what I posted yesterday, that if you look around, that you would find that your, some of your loved ones were sending you messages, and without even thinking about it. I mean, you could intuitively feel what those messages were. I explained it like it was your intuitive gut is like a good cup of coffee with a friend, sitting down and having that conversation. And that's really what it was, that energy that shifted, it brought us into that place of, okay, I'm reevaluating and sitting down and having this cup of coffee with my friend, and we're talking about it, and I feel so much better. I feel so much relief. So just for everybody out there, you are still human. It's okay to have those really, really bad days, bad weekends, and it's okay to let yourself have that space, because in order to bring us back around to where we need to be, that's really what we need to do, is we need to get into that really uncomfortable space, and that's where all the growth really, really happens, when you find yourself in that very uncomfortable space. So looking forward to some really great things to come out of this and come up. So just so that if you find yourself in that space, try not to be hard on yourself. Roll through it, go through it, find someone to have that cup of coffee with and talk about what's going on, and then rally up and start again. Because great things, it's like the phoenix rising out of the fire. Great things will happen and will come forth through all of that. So anyway, hope that helps all of you out there who may be having some of those similar things that I've been going through as well. But what I'd like to do right now is go to the phone lines. And we have Lynn in North Dakota. Good evening, Lynn.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine. I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing okay. I'm doing all right.
Good.
Very
Good.
thankful for your time.
Oh, you are so welcome. What can we help you with this evening?
I am wondering if you see any of my family around me. I've suffered great loss lately, and just want to know if you pick up anything or any significance of things that have happened since then, or anything along those lines.
Okay. Well, immediately what I'm feeling is I can feel like the static energy around you. It's like um, there's been um, there's been lots of movement, lots of change, lots of um, I don't know how to explain it other than like the static energy. It's like zapping, um, and uh, what they're showing me right now is yes, there has been a lot of loss um, with you and with your family, and um, know that this is it's not going to continue on. I know sometimes you feel like, oh my gosh, there's been one, two, three, now what's going to happen next? And so there's always that feeling of that discord of like you're just waiting for the phone to ring kind of feeling. And so I'm here to let you know that your family says that that is now behind you. Um, now you have to really take that time to do the grieving because you really haven't had that chance. It's like you haven't been able to catch your breath.
Right.
And so they're asking you to take some time for yourself to do that grieving that you need to do.
Do you see anybody in particular around me?
Well, you have a couple people around you. Hang on just a minute. Let me see what I can tune into here. I'm there's a father or a father figure that is coming through very, very heavily.
Yep, that's correct.
Let me see. Hang on one moment. Okay, so oh wow, he's a very gentle soul. Um, he's just so kind, and his energy is so relaxed and so gentle. Um,
Yep.
he's it's like he's got his hands clasped together in front of him, almost bowing his head, and he's saying, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that I'm putting you through this. And he wants you to know that he's no longer suffering. He's no longer in pain. Um, he's saying he really did not want to leave you the way that he did. Things happened way too fast. And
Yeah.
he's just saying that he is beside you. He's beside you all the time. And he just wants you to know that he's really sorry and he loves you so very much.
And that was my father figure.
Yes. He's saying that it's okay for you to be mad. He says it's okay. You have to grieve in your own way. And he says you're not allowing yourself that. There's also a female figure coming through. Did you have an aunt that was a lot that you felt like was more like a mother than your mother?
No.
Okay. Okay. She's indicating to me that it's an aunt. That you guys had a very close relationship. Similar to like a mother-daughter relationship.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Okay.
Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about. My Aunt Randa.
Okay. She has a cute little personality.
Yeah. She was a hot mess. She really was.
But she's a very dear, sweet person, very humble.
Yeah.
Hang on, let me see. She's telling me something here. One moment. Let me see if I can get it translated. She keeps saying that, oh, honey, you need to look out for yourself.
Yep.
She
this
says
last year has been really, really rough.
Yeah. She says you need to be taking care of yourself. You're taking care of everybody else, and which is great and which is very noble. But you have to remember that you have to put yourself first sometimes in order to help others. Right? And if you are not well and you are not at your tip-top shape, then you really can't be service to others.
Right.
And that's what she's saying right now, that, she's showing me like a lot of running around, like she's showing me someone running around a tree trunk, right? Kind of running around in circles. And she's just saying that you need to get off of that merry-go-round.
Gotcha.
And really take a look at you. What is it that you need, that you require? Do you need that time? She's asking things like, do you need that time to read a book? Do you need to be out in nature more? She says there's things that you need to really seriously look at for yourself.
Okay. I will definitely do that. Is there a younger male anywhere around me?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Is there a younger male anywhere around me?
I think I can see him kind of off in the distance, but he is not stepping forward. So when I do readings, it's usually the ones who have the strongest, most prominent the dominant energy, right? So I can kind of see him standing off in the back, but he is not stepping forward. His energy is a little bit lighter, a little bit weaker, and so I'm having trouble kind of reading it.
Okay.
There's something to do with cars. Is there some type of a relationship between him and cars? Like,
oh, yeah.
Did he work on cars?
Oh, yes.
Or okay. Because he's showing me cars. And he's showing me a great big heart, which means love.
I've got a heart necklace on right now too.
Okay. Did he give you that necklace?
It was given to me after his passing.
Okay. So the heart shape that I'm seeing is in reference to that necklace. Has he been gone very long?
Not very long. No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Because he's showing me that too. And another reason why I asked is, like I said, because his energy is a lot lower. which is indicating to me that he's getting ready to go into like a rest period. So
Right.
after we leave our bodies, we need some time to adjust to not having a physical body anymore. And so
Right.
sometimes we can go and it's, you know, it'll take, you know, a couple of weeks, a couple of months. It just kind of depends on that soul.
Right.
And so he's indicating to me that he's going into that transition period. But he is very much around you.
Good.
Yeah, most definitely.
That's very good.
Is there? He's showing me car symbols like a Trans Am or like some type of a sports car like that. Was he a sports car fanatic?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay.
He had a Camaro.
Oh, okay. Trans Am, Camaro. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
What happened to that car?
I thought, did he sell that? Didn't he sell that car? He sold it.
Oh, he sold it. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Because he's showing me that car was very, very near and dear to his heart.
Oh yeah.
And I was almost getting the feeling that maybe he had willed it or had given it to somebody within the family or maybe a friend, because it's almost like feeling like, you know, where that car went. So
Right. He did do that with his truck.
okay.
So that's probably what and I do believe it was a blue truck too.
Okay. Did you have another specific question?
I just want to know that he's okay. Because
Yes,
he was
he
a very
is.
troubled soul here.
Yes, he is. He's very much okay. He says you need not worry, that he is so much better where he's at now. And he's showing me that heart shape again.
That heart shape you said?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He just keeps
Well,
referring back
to
that heart shape.
I love him and I miss him every single minute of every single day.
Yeah. So he'll probably be gone for just a little while, but I'm getting that once he comes back after he's done with his rest period, I start looking around for signs and symbols that he's around, because I think he's going to be very visible to you when he comes back.
I have a thing where monarch butterflies flutter around me a lot. And I mean, they'll come and they'll circle right in front of me and then they'll just go off. And then I'll see another one and it'll do the same thing. It'll come and just make a couple of circles in front of me and then fly off.
Yeah,
I don't know if that has any significance whatsoever, but it's just, I've always taken it as a sign because of the way he left this earth. He committed suicide, so it was pretty traumatic.
Mm-hmm. He was a very free spirit, wasn't he?
Oh, yes.
Mm-hmm. So,
Oh, yes.
so when you were talking about the butterfly, he was smiling at me and nodding his head. So he's sending you these little messages. The butterfly signifying his free will, his free spirit. And so you're going to automatically be drawn to butterflies, and you're going to take note of them more often. And so just know that when you are doing that, that you can smile and say, hi, I know you're there. Thank you. Because he's sending those along to you.
Me too. Me too.
Yeah.
That is super cool.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
It's crazy that you knew that. So.
Yeah, it is very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know,
he said he wasn't quite. Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I just said he's indicating to me that he wasn't quite ready for his time here on Earth. He didn't quite get the full realization of why he was here. And he sees now that he understands now what his purpose was and what he was there for. But yeah, he said he just didn't fully understand it at the time when he was here.
I get it. I totally get it.
Yeah. Yeah. He said he's really sorry. He put a lot of people through some really tough times, and he feels really bad about that.
I forgive him.
Yeah.
I've had to, because it made me crazy. It's been the hardest year and a half of my life.
Yeah. And he's saying he's sorry for that. He really is.
It just missed me so much. It's like, you think that he's just going to walk in the door, you know?
Yeah.
But I know it's not going to happen. So it's hard to shut that part of the mom brain off, you know?
Right.
Oh.
Right. Right. So yeah,
thank you.
You need some time in there to kind of just to grieve and to be okay with where you are in that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Definitely. No.
Yeah.
Oh, thank
So
you
Lynn,
so
we are
much.
coming. You are so very welcome. We are coming down to the last few seconds of our show here. So I want to say thank you so much for calling in, and I hope this helped.
It definitely does. I greatly appreciate you, and I pray blessings all around you.
Thank you. Have a wonderful evening, Lynn. God bless.
You too. God bless.
Well, that does it for us this evening, another Thursday night. I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your week. If you would like to reach out to me, I have classes and I have some open reading spaces that have just opened up. You can catch me over on my website at www.wingsofsoulswithjulie.com or reach me on my Facebook page, Julie Yeager Medium, Julie Yeager Walk for Medium, and Your Time to Shine. Have a great night, everyone.
At A1R Psychic Radio, we know you lead a busy life. That's why we've assembled Earth's top psychic TV and radio hosts in one location. Psychics, mediums, astrologers, tarot practitioners. Your premium encounter with our hosts is free when it's done on the air or on our TV station, Moonstruck TV. Our hosts are all lightworkers with hearts of gold. Our audience is global. It's no wonder we're live with free readings 3 times a week. That's right, all psychic and medium readings, along with astrology and tarot advice, 100% free. And with A1R, you can know we critically screen all of our hosts. They're all 100% of the light, no scammers. Join us Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday for a truly mind-blowing experience. You're always welcome here. We love our listeners. Anyone can ask anything. Love, life, career, family, and more. It's your reading. Ask your question. Our hosts truly care and can't wait to help you. Earth's top psychics host shows on A1R Psychic Radio. Why? Because the audience is first, and they know it. With love, we welcome you. This is A1R Psychic Radio.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall, psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. Hope you're having an absolutely fantastic week wherever you are in this globe of ours. I know here in Australia we've had an interesting week politically, and I'm sure a lot of other nations around the world have had the same thing. It's been a week of, controversy and people telling lies and people sort of jockeying for positions. But anyway, let's kick the show off in a different sort of direction with the Simply Tarot card of the week. This is one of the cards that a lot of students struggle with when they first take up the tarot, because it's the card of the devil. And the devil conjures up, I suppose, lots of different meanings for all of us, whether you're religious or not. It has a sort of an unusual sort of connotation for most people. But my belief of the devil card is jealousy and trouble. You are able to break the chains that are holding you back. So when you look very closely at the devil card, you can see he's loosely got some chains around the necks of the 2 people standing below us. And they are able to remove those chains or break those restrictions that might be holding them back in their lives. And I think there's many times in our lives where we sort of self-impose the restrictions that are placed on ourselves. We put them there ourselves because maybe it's fear, maybe we're not ready to take that step, or maybe we just don't know how. So if you feel a little bit this way this week, I want you to try and sort of think outside your comfort zone, think outside the box and see if you can find a way to break it up, that you can move or remove those restrictions that may be holding you back in your life. I know for me that, sometimes in this colder weather, I find it difficult to sort of get motivated to move because I'm such a summer person. I like the warmth and sort of, the restrictions of not too many clothes on and things like that. So this card's very apt for me at the moment, that I've got to motivate myself to get up out of the chair and move and do a few things in life at the moment, because I don't want to, because it's so cold. So whatever your restrictions may be, maybe this is the week that we can turn all that around. So moving right along, astrologically this week, we've still got quite a big emphasis on, 4 planets sitting in Leo. So when we've got 4 planets sitting in Leo, including the sun, it means that the focus is on being on the stage. So whether that's you or whether it's people around you or just people in political arenas and people that are famous that want to sort of get in the limelight, that want us to pay attention to what they've got to say. But on a more personal level, it's the time when I think that there could be some quite heated discussions coming up in your inner circle where, people are sort of trying to put across what they see as in a gentle but forthright manner, what they need to sort of say, and they want to be heard. It's like they want to be centre of their universe or on the centre stage in their lives. There's nothing wrong with that. What I will say to you, though, is be careful at how you approach this. Make sure that you're being truthful. Make sure that you're not exaggerating or embellishing your position or what you feel should be the outcome out of the situation. The reasons I'm suggesting that is we've got the planet of communication, Mercury, that we talk about quite often on the show. He's making an absolutely amazing, lovely aspect to the planet Jupiter in Sagittarius, which in astrological terms is known as a trine, or it's an easy configuration or an easy transit. So we have this opportunity then with communication to run away with ourselves a little bit, because it's making this beautiful trine to Jupiter in Sagittarius, where Jupiter is about expansion and opportunity, but it's also about truth. But sometimes in that quest to sort of get our voice heard and to get our point across, we might embellish or stretch the truth a little bit, make it sound a little bit better than what it is. Gee, have you heard a few people do that recently in the political arena? I know I have here in Australia, and I've been watching, world events, and they all seem to be in the same club at the moment. But going back to the 3 other planets that are sitting in Leo at the moment, we've got Venus, Mars, and the Sun, all literally holding hands, or what's known as a conjunction in astrological circles, that they are holding hands, they are making a difference at the moment. And this is why the emphasis this week is on communication, getting our voice heard, but let's do it in a forthright but a dynamic sort of way. Let's not be pushy or bossy or jockeying for position. Let's do it with, poise and grace and ease, and do it in a loving sort of way. And, we can still get our point across. And that takes me on to our famous person of the week this week. Even though we're working with the female sign of Virgo and we're looking at actresses this week, I'm really pleased to say that we're working with one of the world's most beautiful women, and I think she will always be known as this, long past when she fades away, which she's still with us, I might say, and that's the one and only Sophia Loren. I mean, what a gorgeous woman. I mean, a woman that epitomises everything that the female energy has to share with us. Not only is she drop dead gorgeous, but she is so strong and dynamic, and she's been an amazing role model for women all around the world. And Sophia's story is an interesting one, because she started out, she won a beauty contest, and from that she was sort of talked into sort of maybe doing some acting work, and she did, she had little roles here and there, and then all of a sudden Paramount Pictures got hold of her, and then the rest is history, as they say. She became one of the biggest stars in Hollywood, and even today she holds records for things that no other woman on the planet that's alive still holds today. And she is known as the classic Hollywood cinema. She's one of the golden girls of Hollywood, and it's somebody that I think that we should always remember where she came from, very humble beginnings, but she never lost her ability to be feminine. And I think that's the important thing. So many people you see come and go today in today's society where, instant fame is something happens sort of almost overnight, and particularly with social medias and so forth. But for somebody to sustain such a very long, lengthy relationship with the public and never to really be tarnished, I think we can look no further than Sophia Loren, where she always seemed to have a smile on her face. She was always beautifully groomed, and she epitomises everything that I think women should be striving for, and that's to be a woman. So anyway, moving along, we're going to be working fairly fast today because I want to make sure that we fit in our 2 callers today. So this week we're working with the Simply Tarot candle, and the reasons why I've chosen this one is the fact that I think many of us at different times are working with our intuition. It's something that, whether you read tarot cards or you don't, or you just sort of like to meditate or listen to your own inner voice, things like that, we can all do with setting the scene for us to sort of sit there and meditate or contemplate the things that are going on in our lives. And this was the very, very first candle that we designed here at Amanda Hall Psychic, was the Simply Tarot candle, to complement our Simply Tarot cards that we've been working with on the show earlier. And I personally sort of chose a purple candle because I wanted to bring in the psychic sort of energy, and I wanted everybody to be able to sort of feel comfortable with a colour that was very regal, that was very psychic, but also had a very definite, significant fragrance that would enhance your psychic ability or your meditation, or just anything that you might have been doing in the form of divination. And that's the correct term for anything that you're working with in a psychic realm as far as tools. And this candle is fragranced with vanilla and lavender. It is quite a strong candle, but it also has a scent that I think fills your home or your office with such a lovely, calming sort of energy that we all relate to. It's not foreign. It's something that's familiar. It's something that makes us feel secure in ourselves. So when we're working with the Simply Tarot candle, you don't have to be, reading tarot cards. You can just have it burning in the background just because you like it. But I like to burn my candle for about 15 minutes to 2 hours a day. I quite often burn this when I'm working psychically because I feel it sets the mood for that sort of work. So for those of you that might not want an extra large candle, we do make a gift box set. And this week I'm going to feature 3 different candles because I want to show you that you don't have to have just 3 of the same. So I've made this gift box set up with good luck, the Simply Tarot candle and a love candle, just to show you that any combination is possible from the 28 in our range. Now, our little mini candles here, they'll burn for about 15 hours and they're a good travel size, or you can split the pack up and give them away as individual little gifts. The choice is yours. And we get really busy as we head towards this holiday season because lots of people buy these sets to give away as little gifts over the holiday season. Now, for those of you that don't want to work with a candle, but you want to work with the energy of a candle, but you say to me that, look, a candle's, not exactly the safest thing that I can be working with, you can purchase one of these melt warmers from your local department store or supermarket. They are fairly inexpensive. This is an electric version. I take 2 teaspoons of the soy wax out of that at the beginning of the week, and then I add half a teaspoon a day. So if you're writing a list of your intent, purpose and direction and things that you want to put on your wish list or things you might be releasing, you can pop this underneath your melt warmer as you do your candle, always placing things on a coaster so that we've never directly got it going on furniture. But this is very safe to have around children and pets as well, and it's something you don't have to babysit. I tend to sit with my candle when it's burning purely for safety reasons. So that's just a little insight into our lovely world of soy candles here at Amanda Hall Psychic, and we're going to take our very first caller, which is Mary Jo in Cynthia, Kentucky, USA. Are you there, Mary Jo?
Yes, hi, how are you?
Well, thank you, sweetie. Do you have a question I can work with?
Yes, I would like to see if we could contact my mother, Bernice.
Mary Jo, I always say to everybody each week on the show, there's no definite guarantees that we can connect with your mother because that's who you want to connect with on the other side. Unfortunately, I don't have a direct link, but what I can suggest to you is if you give me a direct question to work with, if your mum wants to interrupt and come through with a message, she will do so. That's the way I like to work. So do you have a question I can work with?
I'd like to know why
that's confusing.
I'm sorry?
I said, is there an area of your life that you need some more clarity on?
Yes, it took her 8 days to die, and she was trying to tell us something.
Right.
But we don't know what.
Okay. Again, you're asking me to try and tap into her on the other side, and I've explained to you that's not necessarily something I can do in this short space of time. It's up to her if she wants to make contact, and sometimes they don't want to make contact in such a public forum. I appreciate that, you and the family feel that there was something that she wanted to communicate with you and was unable to do so.
Okay, so
she's not giving.
Can you just?
Is there another area of your life though that, other than your mum's passing, that's concerning you at the moment?
Yeah, I'm very unhappy, and I would just like to know: will things change? Is my future going to change?
Okay, all right. Let's go into that. The first thing that I'm picking up there is there's definitely a lot of doors slamming shut. So to me, that's a number of endings, changes and transformations happening now, Mary Jo. It's almost like that you feel like you're at the end of your tether. It's like I can't deal with much more of this. I feel like I've got nothing left in the reserve tank to keep fighting with. Now, it's interesting because I feel that's how your mum felt at the end, like there was nothing more she could give to try and hang on. You know, she kept showing me a rope and it was like she was at the end of the rope. There was nothing more in her reserve tank to keep fighting. Now, what she's sort of sharing with me now, all as she wanted to try and say to you at that time was that I can't do this anymore. I've had enough. This is as far as I can go. There's nothing left in me to fight with. Please understand that. It's not that I want to leave you. It's just I've got nothing left to fight with. Now, that's not being disrespectful and that's not saying she wanted to leave the family. It's just that's the message that she was trying to get through, that she just didn't have anything left in her to continue to put up this fight. I don't think she was ready to go. Yeah, I just don't think she was ready to go. She felt cheated. Would you say that's a fair assumption of the situation?
Yeah, she was tired.
I know she was tired, but she also sort of felt she wasn't ready to go yet, but yet there was no energy left to fight this departure.
Yeah, she raised 10 kids by herself with no help. She was tired.
Right, that makes sense. Well, she's telling me now. Go on.
She told us that she wasn't going to make it through the surgery and,
right,
you know, a year ahead of time.
No. Okay, but I think right at the end she was still fighting to try and, you know, keep going because she wasn't ready to go yet. But there was nothing left in her fuel tank to fight with. And what she's sort of saying to me now, even though you feel like there's nothing left in your fuel tank to fight with, there is. It's not your turn to sort of to leave the planet yet. But she's also showing me from next month, as early as next month, things are going to start to turn around for you. There's a lot of things that you're going to have to look forward to in this next 12 months, where everything has always been such a struggle for you, Mary Jo. Things are now going to start to ease off. Things are going to start to come towards you easily. And she's showing me a very, very big pink heart. So the only way I can interpret that is that there must be a lot of love coming into your life, love like you've never experienced before. So is there no one special or significant around you at the moment?
Yes, I have a husband, but it's like he had prostate cancer 13 years ago, and so it's like we're just two people living in the same house. Mm-hmm. We love each other, and we tell each other we love each other, but there's no affection, and Mommy always showed affection. Mm-hmm. Even though she had 10 kids, she was like an octopus. She always had her hand on us, stroking our hair or rubbing our back, or, you know what I mean?
Yes, I do.
So,
yeah.
So I'm just so alone. I feel alone all the time.
She's showing me that you're not going to be alone in whatever way this pink heart manifests itself. And it's not just her, you know, hugging you from the other side. She's physically showing me this heart is bigger than I've ever seen anything this big before. And as far as, you know, showing somebody that there's love and affection and attention coming towards them. And that doesn't necessarily have to mean, you know, that you're getting rid of your husband and you're bringing in someone new. I think there's going to be love shown to you and affection shown to you in other ways that will fill that void. But she's also sort of showing me that there's letters or communication or something of an official nature coming towards you that is going to bring a smile to your face. So I'm not sure whether you're waiting on an answer or something official, something government, but she's showing me that you're going to be very happy with what's in this letter. Is there something there that you've been waiting on?
No, not that I know of. I've just been waiting on my husband to get the. I've just been waiting on my husband to get the energy to want to live and do things. We have We have 4 grown kids and 19 grandkids. And so, and we've never even had a honeymoon yet.
Right. Well, that'd be nice if you got the opportunity to have a honeymoon, wouldn't it?
Yeah, after 38 years.
Well, I suppose that would fit into the category of this giant-sized, oversized heart if you got that opportunity to take a honeymoon. I'm not sure what your mum means by that, but I know she's smiling down from above and she keeps sharing with me that there's some really beautiful surprises to come towards you in this next 12 months, and you will feel loved and you will feel as if your life is finally starting to move forward. And she's showing me that, you know, your spirit is going to be uplifted. So for that to happen, there has to be some positive things changing in your life to make you feel this way, Mary Jo.
Well, let's hope so. Let's hope it's my husband feeling better. And
I'm sure that's going to happen, sweetie. That's where we're going to have to leave it.
He's the only one that can fulfill it as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, absolutely. I wasn't saying that there was a new partner coming. She was just sharing with me that you were going to have this opportunity for a lot of love and affection in the next 12 months, and it's going to make your heart very full.
He said when the last one turned 18, it'd be our turn.
Mm-hmm.
And she's going to be 36.
Right.
So it's not been our turn yet.
No, but it will be your turn. Anyway, that's where we've got to leave it, Mary Jo. I'm going to take our next caller, which is Lila in Vernon, British Columbia. Are you there, sweetie? Isla, are you there, Isla? Oh, well, I'm sure we'll have Isla in a moment or two. I'll just keep talking until Isla comes to the phone. So, you know, it's been an interesting week astrologically. I'm sure most of you have had a fairly busy time with, you know, Leo dancing through all of our lives with all the planetary configurations. But make sure that you keep your patience hat on this week too, as people sort of try and take center stage. You know, we can't all be on the stage together and be in the limelight. We've got to share the stage with other people and allow them to have a turn as well. So it's a very interesting time ahead of us, and maybe Isla is now with us. No, not so far. Okay, so we'll keep talking about, she's there?
No.
Are you there, Isla?
Yes, I am.
Do you have a question I can work with, sweetie? Yeah, do you have a question I can work with, please, sweetie?
I just want to know the direction I'm going, because I'm either going to retire or leave the job I'm currently in.
Okay. First thing that they're showing me is the symbol for change. So I'm taking from that there is a big decision to be made. I don't feel that you're going to stay in this current job, but I don't think you're ready. I don't think you're ready to retire yet either. I'm sort of seeing the opportunity to sort of take another job coming up towards late November, early December this year, and it's like a really big decision at whether you go that direction or do you stay where you are. But I feel that you already know the answer to that, is that where you are now is not fulfilling you. It doesn't excite you. You don't get out of bed and say, great, I'm going to work today. You sort of feel as if the energy around that job is slowly starting to come to a close. The next job, I feel, is a little bit closer to home, but I also sort of feel that you're working with much more in a positive sort of way. The people that you're working with have got a much more positive attitude. You really enjoy going to work. I don't think you're ready to retire yet. Not by a long shot. I feel the next couple of years there's going to be so many different opportunities and activities that are coming into your life that you almost feel like you're 20 again. It's a real resurgence of energy, which is a good thing. I don't feel that's necessarily a bad thing. But the other question I would put towards you, Isla, were you making changes to the home that you're living in or questioning about whether or not it was time to move? Is that something that's been going through your mind?
Yes, I am in the process of moving right now.
You're in the process of moving?
Yes, to another town.
Oh, good. Okay. Well, that's good because I could see this, thinking about moving and all those sort of things. I just think the next couple of years are going to be very exciting. I don't think that you're slowing down by any stretch of the imagination. If anything, I think you're going to your life's going to be fuller and busier and, as you open yourself up to new ideas and new people, and it just feels very exciting. So have you been working very consciously this year on your health, like sort of making changes to the way that you approach your life?
That's what I will be doing this coming year because my daughter had a brain injury and I've been a caretaker. So that's what it's about me.
But in that time, did you sort of look at your own lifestyle and the way that you were managing your own health? Because you've had time to be able to look at that or think about it?
Yes, I have.
Well, that's good because what they were showing me, whatever decisions or whatever changes or choices that you've made pertaining to your own personal health, they were showing me keep it up, keep going because you are on the right path. Even though the results or the rewards from that might have seemed slow, we are getting them. They are happening. So keep going with that because I actually feel your energy levels are starting to come back to you and it's sort of like everything in your body is now coming into balance. I think you've had a very stressful life in lots of ways where you've never really had the time to be able to stop and catch your breath. And, even though this has been a hectic year too with family commitments and whatever, it's been a different sort of hectic where you've been able to catch your breath a little bit in pockets of this year. So this is good because we've been finally able to, I think, release a lot of things that you've gathered over the years that you've held on to. I'll deal with that tomorrow or next week. Well, we've been able to deal with that and release it. And this is why your mind, body and soul, I believe, is coming back into balance.
That's so true.
And that's a good thing because I feel that that's very, very necessary for you to be able to do that. And it's going to be important for you moving forward into the next, 2 years of your life with a lot more gusto and determination and really fulfilling and living your life to the fullest. And it's amazing. I feel very excited for you.
Me too, and thank you.
You're very, very welcome, but it's lovely to talk to you, Isla. It's always interesting when I think as individuals that we start on a different path where we start looking at our health because we've got to a certain age and we've got a few creaky bones and things aren't functioning the way that we want to, or whether we just have the time to catch our breath and look at maybe some of the things that we've never had time to process or deal with before. So it's been an interesting 2019 where a lot of people that I've worked with around the world have been actually looking at trying to de-stress their lives and bring their lives more into balance. So if you haven't caught up with the rest of us doing that yet, maybe that's something that you need to be approaching and looking at as we head towards the end of 2019 and get ready for 2020, which has got a nice ring to it, I might say. So wherever you are in this amazing planet of ours, enjoy this next week. Make sure that you share the stage and the limelight with someone else. You can't hog it all just to yourself just because you think you're the most important person in your universe. There's always other people that are surrounding us and are important to us that also need to be acknowledged and given the opportunity to share the stage with us. So until next week, I hope the stage is big enough for all of you. Bye for now. for listening to A1R Radio. Welcome to Insights into Consciousness. My website at the bottom of the screen, AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com. You can see me on iHeartRadio, Spotify. You just search for Insights into Consciousness, Anna Olson, A1R. Any of those will work. It's the number one. And I wanted to go over something that I'm really excited about. There's some news today that I wanted to give everybody, and that is that HBO, and we don't have a time frame yet. We don't have an exact date, which is kind of unfortunate, but there's a new HBO prequel to Practical Magic coming out. It's a 1-hour drama series based on Alice Hoffman's own prequel of the same name. So she did the book Practical Magic, and then she went on to do a prequel, which is going to be really fun to catch. I'm hoping it's good, and they don't have an exact time frame, but I'm willing to go in and get on to HBO just to see if I can watch this and see if I like it. So that's really, really exciting for me. And I know that a lot of other people have been really excited about that. Also, the moon is in Virgo now. So we're going to talk about the planets just a little bit, that the planets, there's going to be some other planets that are going to follow too. I don't go into too much detail on it because then it would take up the whole show to do all of that. So there's going to be a lot of planets in Virgo that's, as a Virgo, I was going to what are my traits? Well, one of them is that, there's a lot of attention to detail. So this might be a good idea to go in and organize, or maybe kind of look at what it is you really want to focus on and get clear about your intentions, because this is a time about clarity and kind of perfecting and getting into the detail of what it is that you want to manifest, or what it is exactly that you would like to really bring into your life and attract to your space, to your energy, and to your surroundings. So this is something that we get to focus on because we're all going to be dealing with those Virgo traits pretty soon with the planetary alignments and the moon currently. So that's the moon right now and the planets. I wanted to also go over something that I just recently taught a student that I'm teaching one-on-one, and that is tea leaf readings. So tea leaf readings, it's surprising to me how many people are not aware of tea leaf readings, that they exist, or the history behind them, how to do them. I did one with my student. It was a lot of fun. We took some pictures and we followed a couple of diagrams to see if those resonated with us. You can go online and see if there are diagrams that you can really align with that make sense to you. So in addition, the way you start a tea leaf reading, and these were done back in Europe, way back in the day. So you grab some loose tea and you put it in, your hot water. You let it steep for a bit. You're going to have the person who's getting the reading done drink it, and leave about a tablespoon of that tea in the bottom where all the loose tea is. You're going to grab the saucer. So you're going to need a cup and a saucer. The bigger the cup, the better. And you just put the saucer on top of the cup. Turn it over so that everything falls out into the saucer. Turn the cup over and look into the cup. Now, these loose tea leaves, what they do are these little segments and these little pieces of this tea leaf will land at different parts of the cup, and adjacent to where the handle of the cup is. So you'll be holding it, and when you look down into the cup, there's going to be a lot of different diagrams. You use your intuition. You see what it is that you see in the cup. Now, you can see, the last time I saw distinctly a fairy, it looked just like a fairy. This little tea leaf kind of curled up into a shape, looked just like a fairy on the end of a flower stem, a stem that went straight into a flower and a fairy on the flower. It was huge. I took pictures of it. It was very clear to both of us. So I wrote it down, and then I showed her and I said, what did you see? I didn't tell her what I saw. And I didn't let her see what I wrote down on my paper. She said, oh my gosh, I see a fairy on a flower on a stem. So you'll notice when you're doing a reading that two people will oftentimes get the exact same thing, and they'll see the exact same things. So when I've done readings like this and I've waited for the person to tell me what they saw, I already had in mind what I saw, and it matched what they saw. So
intuition is intuition. Spirit is spirit. Spirit will give us the same message. It continues through readers over years. It's truth is truth, and the accurate, true information through readings and through spirit is always accurate, always true, and always the same. Especially when everybody present is on the same frequency, vibe, level of positivity. So the really cool thing about tea leaf readings, the history behind them. Now, back in the day, centuries ago, many practitioners couldn't do readings because they'd be burned at the stake. They'd have to do these incognito. So what they would do is they would go to a public place to have tea. And the reader would meet with the client and would do a full tea leaf reading, looking like they were, just out in public having a cup of tea. So this originated kind of in Britain, Europe areas where they still do a whole lot of tea time, and they, will sit together and sip on their tea. So even like if their husbands came home, or someone's husband came home, or their children came home, or the parents walked into the home, they'd be just sitting at the table having their tea. Now, when we go back into time, there's a lot of different ways that people did other readings to stay incognito as well. Loose tea leaf readings are just one of those many types. So there's diagrams that will show you what means what in the cup. So the very bottom round part of the cup will mean, like the distant future, or the meaning of the entire reading, or kind of like the whole synapse of the reading will be the very, very bottom of the cup. The next level up, like if you were to imagine the cup having liquid at the bottom and filling it up to like the first 1/3 of the cup, that would be the distant future. If you filled it up to the next 1/3 of the layer of the cup with liquid, then that whole layer that liquid would also take up, the next 1/3 of the cup. Right along the middle would be the near future, and then the very top layer just before the lip of the cup would be the nearest future, or the next week or two, that again, weeks, and then the very, very top is the present. So then around the handle part, dipping all the way down to the bottom of the cup, you would have, different meanings to where the leaves fall there. It's all put in exactly the right place. And of course, everybody likes to use different diagrams, because when we do readings, readers are all very unique, and we find what works for us. So we may even mix this with something, like a card, or you could mix this reading with, card reading tarot. You could do angel tarot. You could do oracle cards, anything that you feel drawn to. But basically, the loose tea leaf reading is the most rare. It's not what most readers do. The people who do them are kind of special and unique, and most of the time they will have a visual or photogenic memory, because they really need to see things visually, and they learn best or read best with pictures or things that are visual that way. So it's a really fun way to have a reading. If you ever come across, a place or somebody who does them, it might be kind of fun to have it done, because you can see how they can look at the tea leaves and how they create different shapes. Sometimes like dashes will mean one thing, or a spiral will mean something else. And something that looks like an airplane may mean travel, for instance. So everything means something with the tea leaves. And it's a really fun way to get a reading, and sometimes even practice yourself. If you wanted to, meditate and ground and really shield and protect and clear your mind and have a cup of tea and look in your teacup and see what you can find. It can be kind of fun just to practice and see what you get. It's fun either way. So on to what I want to do today. I'd like to do a universal reading. And what that is it's a reading where I take out the cards and I will start doing a reading for the universal consciousness. I am in California. However, the universal readings account for everyone. We are all affected by, as the world, a planet. If you think of the planet as a homeopathic entity. And if you think of the world as perhaps having its own spirit or its body and spirit as well, we would be part of its body in a way where we work together and we make up what the world is made of. In a way that we all have a purpose to drive the earth. So we all must have a singular consciousness, a universal consciousness that is tied together. So we can go into a lot of studies and a lot of experiences with people where they have realized that when something happens that is a crisis in the world, that many people, especially the empaths around the world, will feel it before they even get the news brief. So we are all connected. We all have the same connection to the same source and the same, God had the same spirit. And yes, we can connect and disconnect at will, but basically a reading for universal consciousness or purpose will be for anyone. So I'm basically doing a reading on my viewers as well. And if it doesn't resonate with you, that's okay. You're on another frequency. If it does resonate with you, then that part of the reading is for you. So I just get what I hear, what I have coming through, and what I see. And I do use the cards because it's a nice visual cue for me to focus on, just to kind of aid in not being distracted, like squirrel. So that's my way of, the cards really help me to focus and to meditate on the message being received through spirit. Now I'm shuffling now and I'm just asking the guides and angels what it is in spirit, what it is that we need right now is universal consciousness. And the first thing that I'm getting is that we'll do mind, body, and spirit. So I will draw a card that will represent the mind, our minds, and what's going on with our consciousness, with what we're thinking. What are your thoughts? What are those thoughts doing? What is the purpose for those thoughts? Thoughts are very powerful, and all creation begins with a thought and the power of the word, because most thoughts also include words. And words are the basis of many, many creations, including the beginning, if you go back in the Bible, the beginning of the world, the beginning of the entire world, and all of the atmosphere and the water was the power of the word. So the thing that I am looking at here is the moon. So I'm getting the number 18. And I'm getting the moon. So it's basically a card depicting that masculinity is going to be taking a front seat right now in a way of logistics and order. Now it's going to, now I'm seeing the moon and I'm seeing this logistics and this masculine energy sort of surrounding the moon and keeping it in its place. That, really what I'm getting is that in the mind, the feminine energy, and we as women, we do better working with men peacefully, with allowing their logical mind, their ways of doing things to come into our world and to really take it seriously and to consider what men are saying in our lives. So when we have all these wonderful men in our lives who are putting in their 2 cents, or they want to give an opinion, or, when we have something that we're dealing with and we just want to vent, well, what if there's something they can suggest that will actually make our situation better? There's so much in psychology that goes towards, well, women just want to vent and talk about something emotional and be emotional for a while, and that's fine, but can't we too also, after we vent, ask them what they think and what they would do, and then actually take it seriously and do it? I don't see anything wrong with that. I see everything right with that. And that's what I'm seeing here, with things being so driven by women just acting emotionally, which is definitely half of the whole. But we have 2 halves to this whole. Half of that is the masculinity, and I know that right now we have a president that is a little bit strong-minded, to say the least. He is very opinionated. He has done and said some things that make women feel unsafe. But we have to remember that we do need the good men, and we need the men who are on our side, and the men who are trying to help, who love us, who are defending their families, and who have a lot to contribute. And we need to accept what they contribute, and we need to take it seriously and love them and be gentle and kind to them. And if, we're having a bad day, say, I'm having a bad day. This has nothing to do with you, because men internalize. And when the male higher consciousness internalizes too much and is overwhelmed, what happens is the planet gets sick and our men check out. We need that masculine balancing energy to balance out the feminine. It's good to have the feminine, yes, but it's also good to have the masculine in balance. This doesn't mean let them rule your life or take over your life or abuse you. I would never say that. But at the same time, we need to be careful about how we're making men feel, and to really, really pay attention to what's going on with them and to allow them to do their part. I'm going to give a brief description of this card, the moon card, and I'm going to show it on screen, because I know that some people are just listening to the show as well, not seeing the screen. But it is a moon. It's a picture of a moon with a rather mechanical device around it, with something that looks basically like a clock attached to it, and it has different little keys attached to that. There is a crab that probably would represent Cancer, 2 wolves. Masculine and feminine is in balance here, but there's definitely more of the masculine energy involved. So yes, it's depicting basically the moon, but this is what I'm seeing as a masculine energy. And I'm going to just hold up this card so that viewers can see the card. You have the moon, and then you have all of these more logic. I see these other items on the card as being very masculine, and the timing, the science, all the mechanics. If you think about men working under the hood or having their tool sets and things like that, not that women don't, but that is a masculine energy thing. So even when women do it, that's a masculine energy. So for mind, I'm definitely getting the balance of the masculine and feminine. Don't let masculinity scare you. Don't let masculinity piss you off. Don't let masculinity, we have to work together, and we have to, whether it's a woman with masculine energy or it's a man in your life, but I'm getting this is much more men, sons, making sure they feel respected, heard, making sure that, we nurture them. I'm really getting that it's important for us to make sure that we nurture them. Our issues as women, it doesn't mean that it's every man. And that if we've been hurt by men, we need to understand their energy more. So I think it's better to seek to understand them and the masculine energy more than to reject or block it and act or pretend as though we don't need it. We do. We all need it. The earth needs it. The universe needs it, both masculine and feminine. I'm seeing a little bit of a tip towards the feminine a little more right now, and that can be messy. It does throw things off. So think of the sun and the moon and how they work together. The moon is the female or the feminine. The sun is the masculine. We need both. The moon does not shine without the masculine energy of the sun. It does not work. It has to be both, and it has to be a balance, or things go wrong. Women need the protection of the masculine. It's a fact. So that's what I wanted to reiterate about the moon and the masculinity. So the second will be body. Now, this is really a wonderful card that I got for the body. I got the Lovers, and this just came up. I didn't pick it myself. I didn't look at it and pull it out. It is what I pulled. Now, the number for this is 6. So when we have the card for the Lovers, again, I'm seeing the masculine and feminine needing to connect. This doesn't mean like absolutely you have to have male-female relationship. I'm talking about masculinity and femininity in whatever human being it just happens to reside in. So it could be male-male, could be female-female, could be female-male. It could be masculine-female with a feminine male. It doesn't have to look a certain way that way, but I do feel, again, that this is depicting that the body, we need to respect that each sex has, I guess this is all about men and women in relationships. I know that I'm just going to like talk about how I just spoke with my mother about her clients, how she's realizing during her trainings, she's a therapist. She's a therapist in psychology. So she counsels people, and she was telling me that she went to her continuing education credit classes and things like that. And the new research is showing a very low in the 20s success rate of marriages currently in the United States. So originally we thought it was 75, then we thought it was 50, and now it's looking to be more like it's in the 20s, 23, 28 was what I think I remember her saying. I know it was in the 20s, but she thought it was not correct because it was so low, that these marriages are succeeding at a 23 to 28% level of success. And the 50% only represented the people who were legally married, not the people who were still legally married but separated. So we're looking at a big discord in marriages, and with people being able to cohabitate and to get along. I'm seeing that we, with the body, we need to be respectful of the other person's space. So men need to not be controlled. Women need to be respected, revered, cherished, and loved. And, women need to hear a lot of compliments about not just their appearance, but what they can do and what you appreciate about them. And, I feel like we really need to respect the differences of men and women, masculine and feminine energy, that they're not the same. It's like living with an alien, and we have to accept that. We just have to cohabitate and really try to work through these differences, because what happens when we don't work through our differences, we don't learn anything. And then life gets harder, and then it's more uncomfortable. It could be more comfortable in the interim. And of course, this isn't including abusive relationships or something. I mean, if somebody is being violent, of course, that's a different story. This is more about healthier relationships with some discord on things, with things that can be worked out. I'm oftentimes surprised in my readings when I'm talking to people at what they don't want to put up with or work out with someone, something that is easily worked out with some work, some just allowing things to change or allowing things to go their way, the other person's way for a bit. When I hear somebody complaining about, they left their whatever I'm like, really? We're going to worry about this? So, there's bigger fish to fry. There are other things for us to worry about. We need to grow up in our relationships. We need to be more basically drawn towards what's really important in life. What if this person wasn't here tomorrow? What would we do and say today to make their life good? What would we do and say today to have no regrets with this person? I'm going to do a close-up real quick of the lovers. I have like 4 minutes left. So there's this card. This is the body. We need to be able to cohabitate with the person. There's a male and a female on the front, and it's actually really beautiful. It looks more Roman, maybe Babylonian. There's a beautiful moon. There's a couple kind of in the water, and it's pretty gorgeous. So that's depicting the body. Now, for spirit, I'm going to pull one more card, and then I will conclude this reading for universal. I'm getting the cups, the 5 of cups. So the 5 of cups for spirit, this looks like a man praying. He's got his hands in the prayer position, and he looks like a knight in armor. There's cups all around him. Some are full, some are empty and on the ground. So it seems to depict to me that he is losing his resources, and he only has a little bit to go, and he's praying for answers. So I think with a lot of our issues, it's good to ask for guidance. What is your deity? What is your way of worshiping? Do you pray to God? Do you pray to the angels? Whatever it is, to ask for guidance from spirit? That this is very important for us spiritually, to go ahead and ask for that guidance. We don't have all the answers. We are running out of resources in a lot of ways. I see a lot of soldiers out fighting in the field. I see this as being, some of our soldiers are mothers trying to raise a child by herself, or some of our soldiers in this country or this world or whatever country you're in are soldiers who are just trying to get a job to feed their family. So really think about what it is that you need guidance for, that you don't know what in the hell you're doing about. If you don't know what you're doing, ask for guidance spiritually. If you are hurting spiritually, you ask for guidance. You pray. This is the front of the card. There's the man. It looks like a knight in armor praying. And some cups are full in the back. Most of them are empty and on the ground. So he's looking like he's really, really praying hard for an answer. That's the conclusion of this reading. I wanted to also go into the fact that I have classes that I can teach one-on-one, and I am running a special right now. You can go to my website. It's at the bottom of the screen, AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com, or you can reach me on Facebook, Anna Olson Intuitive. So I'm so glad that you listened to me today. Go ahead and email me. You can contact me on my website page or on Facebook with any questions. And I just really hope that I can hear from as many people as possible. I also wanted to go into the fact that I definitely do Reiki. I do readings. I also do medical readings. I've been doing those, and those have been going really well. I'm going to conclude my show tonight, and I just hope everybody has a wonderful week. I will see you next time.
Hi, I'm Mark. Thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now, back to A1R on the air, Psychic Talk Radio Now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
So I'm Jacqueline, you're on Soulstar Radio. We're back at the South Yarra location that I work from in just off Toorak Road. So rather nice being here. Now I'm joined today by the wonderful, very talented Roz Tilley. Now, she's an author and illustrator, and I'm going to call her a spiritual expert. There's a lot of things going on here. Certainly working with geomancy, geopathic stress, and essences, as well as this wonderful spiritual art, and does readings as well. So welcome to the show there, Roz.
Thank you. Lovely to be here.
It's really good to have you joining us. Now, you've brought out a brand new deck that I've got here, and it's actually called White Elemental Oracle. I'm just going to put that up here. There we go. Whoa, there we go. Very strong image on the front cover there.
That is spondylus. All made from crystals. All the energy is channeled from the crystal, and then the image is drawn, and then I go to do the essences, and they're all there. Great for kinesiologists, healers in general, or readers. They're really powerful. The companion product works with your shadow side. Not a lot of people are ready to work with their shadow side, but Spirit knew what it was doing when I was kicked in the backside to make it.
I know that feeling, although not the feeling of actually crowning a deck yet, but certainly the feeling of dealing with both. So, because what we've got here is we've got literally the shadow and we've got the light. And so it's really quite an interesting dynamic of energy there, because you sort of really do feel the differences in the two. And people go on all the time about, I'm a light worker, namaste, away. And it's like, oh my God, so there's actually a real big need to deal with the shadow side. And so you've got that in that deck there. And you've also got another deck called Sacred 8 Tarot. Did you want to tell us a little bit about that at all?
So how the Sacred 8 Tarot came about was I worked on the Phoenix Standard Mind, Body, Spirit Festival, and there was not a deck around that gave proper instructions, but also a lot of the young ones, when I say young ones, into their 20s, they want to work with tarot, but they have no idea how it works. So this way, they can play with the channeled readings while they learn the tarot. So, and then, of course, the image on the front wasn't revealed to me until after it had been printed, that it's another layout that I use. This has also got the Kabbalah in it, and the Kabbalah is brilliant for healing. I've now gone on to do healing silks, and they are amazing.
Beautiful. Now, you're going to do a drawing today, and we've got the easel in the background. You can just see some paper there. Did you want to start with that, or
yes.
Tell us, or you can talk as we go along?
Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to channel an image up there. I have no idea what's coming through. It will be what Spirit wants on paper. It could be an image to go into the children's deck, which started last Saturday. Thank you, Spirit. So I will start. I will talk as I'm going through if I get any messages for anybody watching.
Anyone watching it? And if it can be a message, you may find that what's happening here with Roz is there's a message or an image that has to do with the times we're in as well. So there can sort of be themes going on astrologically, energetically, but Roz will tell you more about that. And I'm just going to show you also there's another deck here called Tree of Life. So this is a Tree of Life oracle. So it's quite a bit of an active career you've had there with your work there.
This started years ago when I learned to do this channeled artwork, and I asked what was I doing, and Spirit said, you're doing a tarot deck. And I said, no, there's 78 cards in a tarot deck. I'm not. I laughed when I did the tarot because it just made me giggle that they got their own way eventually. Yes. But this is my journey. When I teach this, you're learning the stories that go with these images.
Beautiful.
So you start off, and I teach this, and I love teaching it, with a rust-shaped football. And you can either blend it or leave it. I tend to blend it because I'm a control freak. So I can feel energy washing in. I can feel it coming from above the head. So for those of you watching, you may feel this actually coming in over your head. Be open to receiving it. There's also a lot of love coming in with this. I can feel it. I've just gone goosey. So the aqua for me is a light form of protection. So you can see that's coming in all over the top. Just give it a bit of a neck. While I'm doing this, it's coming through, they're talking to me, do this, do that, and I just listen. At this stage, it's female, but that can change. So when I look at this, it's very serene with no eyes on. If I were to leave the eyes closed like that, it would be about going internally, but she wants eyes on. So it's a little bit like having somebody doing in my head. Mm. So there's another layer of something coming in over her head.
And it's really about trusting where the pastel needs to go, which colour where, and not so much the technicality of the drawing too, isn't it?
Yes.
You're having to listen to that. And one of the things I found with students when I was teaching them years ago with intuitive art is if they started to try to intellectualise, which is not what you're doing, but oh, no, it has to be this way. Oh, their eye shouldn't look like that. That's not technically correct. It gets in the way of the message. And the message is really about the symbolism, rather than exactly how just so something should look.
I used to worry about it. And in this first deck, I had an issue around the nose. And I said, what is it with your nose? And he looked back at me and said, I've got a nose ring. Don't judge.
Yeah.
And at that stage, I didn't like tattoos and I didn't like any form of piercing. I've got over it.
Yeah.
Very quickly.
Exactly.
Because if you don't, they kick your butt.
Yep. However, we know that one. I used to find my students would actually pick up the pastel, and if they were picking up the wrong pastel and not listening, and they were instead judging what that should be, sometimes the pastels would actually crumble in their hands. Do you find that yourself?
And you drop them.
Yeah.
So the yellow for me is creativity, and that's speaking of third eye creativity. And I'm just connecting with her to see what she wants now. There's something coming in here. It's green. Is it green or is it aqua green? That's this thing, which is, I don't know. So this is swirling energy. So you could look at that and say, is this water? So you could look at it and say maybe there are 8 swirls on that. 8 for me is abundance. I am an 8, so I resonate with 8. She's just about finished. Yes, she's complete there. I've just got to finish her eyes and play with her lips. Again, if I were to be critical, I wouldn't be able to leave them. It's not my mouth of twos. Yep. So we leave it alone. So now this is what I call the focal point where, yes, we've got a drawing here, but if you watch the eyes, you'll actually see her emerge. And now she's just jumped out. And these eyes will follow you around the room. Okay. She is now complete.
Beautiful. So tell us about this energy and what you've drawn there.
Okay, let's see what she's going to tell me. So when I look at this, I see a sadness. I see a deep soul hurt. There's obviously something going on a heart level. So it's about protecting. If anybody out there is thinking, oh, I've just been hurt in the heart, please pull that in over the front of you and know that as you go internally, you can heal.
Yeah.
Yellow over the third eye is the creative colour for me. So, again, go and do something creative for yourself. Not for anybody else. Take yourself out. If you're a mum at home and you've got kids, find that time for yourself, whether it be to go and sit at the park, sit and look at the trees. Find that time. Again, now when I look at that top, it could be the top of palm trees.
It can even be mountains.
Yes.
And I can actually see a face in the profile over here.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
So you can sort of see that kind of, movement. There's a lot of movement in the picture.
So, yes, you could look at even the colour of that right around the aqua as emotion.
And washing things.
Water.
Yep.
And that creative is all over the face. So from dealing with your spirit and creativeness, it'll take you to another level. Do your crying and get over it.
Yeah.
Pull your beautiful pink in over your head, pull your own self-love in and shuffle through everything.
And it's interesting because as you were drawing, I was actually pulling out cards. So the card that I had that first came up was actually this one here, and that's from your Tree of Life Oracle deck.
Yes.
Do you want to tell us about that card, Paul?
Okay, so when I drew this card, I wasn't really sure about what it was talking about, but as I've got to work with them, this pink over here, this swirling energy here, can be a birth. If anybody's come to me for a reading and wants to know when their baby's coming, it's coming.
Mm.
The yellow is a comet, so creatively comet yourself forward.
Mm.
There is also gold in there, so you've got that golden highlight, that beautiful spirit bringing in the best for you.
Mm.
So, yeah.
It's interesting because it's literally pulling these cards as you're drawing. So I've got that from that deck. And then over from the Sacred Eight Tarot, and before you even said about the 8, this was the card that was coming out, and it's actually the Strength card from that deck.
Beautiful.
So as we've been saying, Roz and even with the cards I've been pulling, but Roz has been doing a reading just generally for out there who needs it at the moment and how that comes across. So it can even be of the energy at the moment that we're in, which we can all be experiencing different layers and different levels of. So there's that 8, the Strength card. Do you want to tell us about that particular image and how that relates in your deck, in that particular deck?
So the Strength here, to me, they're all crossing over. It's another layer of it. If you've got people out there that are doing brilliantly, know that it's going to improve. We don't just want to talk doom and gloom. But the other side of it, again, if you're having a rough time, and I think we're still in Leo now.
Yeah, we are.
So you've got that, the main and the dramatics that go with it, but the strength is there. So pull again on that inner strength. I believe the planets out there at the moment are really doing harsh things, and normally I don't feel it, but I feel like I've been bashed.
Yeah.
But get up every morning and keep pushing through, because you're just being tested planetarily. So your 8 is abundance. Know that you've got to, if this has come out today, then there's got to be a reason for it. The strength of the lion. Now, if any of you are into vibrational essences, I actually have made white lion essence. And I was asked in Japan, I teach in Japan, I was asked, could I get white lion? And, of course, out of my mouth comes yes. And I go, oh, can I? Well, I must be able to. Spirit said yes. So I manifested a wedding in Mansfield. There is a Mansfield Zoo that has white lions. So I now have white lion essence.
And so that's Mansfield in Australia, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes, there you go. So out of all the places we could end up, there was a white lion. So how do you make an essence? For those who are like, what are you talking about essences? How do we make essences?
Okay, so normally full moon, sometimes new moon. I've only ever made one in the sun, and that was because there was dove there. So when, it's funny you've got the Japanese one there.
Came out.
What I do is I'll have a clear glass, just a glass of Pyrex, clear glass. I put spring water so it touches the dish, and I pop the dish in to the glass.
Yep.
Then I put the item in here. Then I put a lid on it, and that keeps it clean, because our health regulations here are over the top, and I respect that.
Yep.
And I put it out in the full moon. I make sure that it's out in the height of the full moon. If it's at midnight, I'll put it out 2 days in a row, 2 nights in a row, I should say. Then I bring it in, and I tip 50 mils of that into a 100 ml bottle, and I add 50 mils of brandy.
Yep.
The rest of the water that's in the glass dish, I gift back to the earth, because Mother Earth has gifted it to me. And then that goes into a remedy, into a stock bottle, and then from stock bottle to remedy. I use these essences on the land. The white and black oracle all have an essence for every card. So, yes.
So about this card, because that's the other one we pulled out, or rather Jacqueline pulled out while you were drawing, pulled out one of your cards while you were drawing. So tell us about this particular card, which I'm trying to angle correctly. There we go.
So this is a Japanese crystal that's come off, and I would have to look at the book to remember what island, but it's an island that is very sacred off Japan, and they have beautiful crystals that are actually energized in the water on the full moon. They also collect salt, I'm pretty sure, from this island as well on the full moon. So this I didn't realise until I'd finished it and it's printed, and I looked at it and I thought, oh my, That is very much like Japanese art. So it's got that playful energy of it, but it's a shifter and shaker, that card.
Absolutely. So what we might do as well is, if we can, we'll pick one out of the shadow deck as well, because we're certainly going through a lot of that at the moment.
So also I'll tell you, these have both got the same top card, so they've both got that on the top, and you can interact the decks or you can overlay them, so you've got a double reading, so to speak.
And I'm going here. Let's see where we are. Okay, so you want to pick out 3. So the one I've picked as singular, rhodochrosite, and of course we've been talking about healing the heart, and of course rhodochrosite is pink.
Yes.
We've got the one on the other side, because apparently this is a 3-deck spread, 3 spread. Anyway, that thing is Amazonite. And then the other one is, of course, black tourmaline. And, of course, in a shadow deck, I picked this trifecta there. So do you want to tell people who don't understand those about that? And I'm going to do it that way. There we go.
Okay, so which way do you want to start?
Maybe the first one.
Okay, so this one is interesting. This is the only drawing that I had done, and it's not on black paper, but it needed to go in. So this one speaks of hearing. So this is the left side, your spiritual side. There's a new sort of healing coming in for you. You've got this almost a temple sitting over the top. So basically hearing that this beautiful bright orange colour to lift your energy. Rhodochrosite is definitely about love. Now, this is what the crystal looks like. They all did their own thing as I drew them. So if you look here, she's got some of her head missing. That's your masculine side. So there'll be a little bit there that you need to adjust, you need to get stronger. That can be that your masculine is weak, or it means that you need to be stronger around the masculine. If you are a male watching this, exactly the same thing. You might need to be stronger around men.
Yep.
You might be a soft, gentle person, so you need to find that deeper, stronger part of you. The black tourmaline, this was interesting, and I find it fascinating. I've had this crystal for years, and I bought it for somebody else, and she decided she didn't want it. Spirit decided I needed it in this deck. So this is about yay big, and when you can see it, there's lines on it, but it's really angelic. So it's a protector. If you're having difficulty sleeping and you know there's somebody in the bedroom at night or somebody around you, put that under your pillow, put it under the bed, and that's the beauty with these cards. They will work for you overnight. Has that explained it?
Yep, that has, yep. And this one here we've got, which one was that one?
That was
Amazonite, yeah. So when we're dealing with those in the shadow perspective, it's sort of taking you into, all right, so what's missing or what are you not dealing with, rather than being fluffy like decks that say, hey, you're really good, it's great, everything's fine. No, here's what to work on. Let's do some real stuff here. So it's really quite powerful in that image. And also, when we're looking at the image on this side, do you want to tell us about what inspired that?
That is really interesting. Now, that drawing had been done for probably 10 years. So it started off under here was white. And what I wanted to do was play with the layers. So I sprayed in between and did it again. I had what I thought were 3 faces.
Yep.
This turned out just to be a bun on the top. And then when you look into this is your fire. This is the earth, the rocks. You've got your sky and you've got your water. There's a waterfall here. And the more you look into that, the deeper it takes you. So I was doing a bit of a photo shoot for Japan, and I just went in. I didn't want to put any of these images up because they weren't printed. So I went into the healing room, pulled this off the wall, and been there for years, popped it on the easel and took one look and went, oh, that's the upside of the deck.
Yeah.
So then when I knew Spirit told me there was a white deck to come, I knew that it had to have this top on it.
Mm.
So that is now, those two are now being used with my moon cycles. So I'm doing essences to let go with the full moon and to bring in with the new moon.
Mm.
So that's another one of my later,
Yeah.
about a month ago things.
It's always interesting that, like, as we get older, we look at how we can, all right, I've only got this much time left. I've got to quickly get onto this. And so there's a real sort of sense of drive and purpose in the work you're doing now.
Absolutely.
Sort of running to a timeline now.
Yes.
And I think the thing is that when we're on purpose and on track, that can sort of feel that sense of urgency. So with very young people who sort of want to do it all now, I'd sort of urge that patience because there's still a lot to learn. But once you get up in age and get a little bit older, it's like, got to get onto it now. So the focus really comes in. So it's been beautiful having you join me today and share your wonderful decks and art. Is there anything you wanted to say as a final summation of the energy at the moment for people?
Hang in there. Yeah, hold tight. I feel teary as I say that.
Yeah.
Because I can feel.
Yeah, I know.
There are quite a few of you out there struggling. Stay strong.
That's it. Beautiful. Thank you for joining us. We'll be back same time next week. In the meantime, we're going to send you a lot of love and healing and light throughout the day. This has been Soul Star Radio. Keep with us on A1R Radio for more Psychic TV this afternoon. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
G'day, Tonya Reeves, Australia's Psychic Cowgirl, here at Sunday Creek in Victoria, Australia. So yeah, I'm at home at the moment. I won't be next week. Next week I'll be on the road, but I will be coming at you from somewhere here in Australia or possibly, I think, South Australia. So that will be cool. We'll be heading to, let me see, we're going Tailem Bend, not this weekend, but the one after. So I'm happy to catch up and do some readings while I'm over there. I'm kind of putting it out there at the moment. Tailem Bend, Murray Bridge, yeah. So, yeah, I'll be visiting. So we're actually going over to watch the supercars. So the V8 cars are on there, and I actually don't remember if I've been to Tailem Bend, maybe passed through. Yeah, I don't know. So, yeah, I'm excited to go. So we'll have a great weekend, and it'll be great connecting with you all over in South Aussie. Yay. So we're a bit excited. Can't wait to hit the road and have an adventure. So I hope you've all been well. Let's see what's been energetically this week. Again, we're in a kind of same zone that I spoke about last week. So we're still having a lot of people facing challenges, making decisions around letting things go. I'm sure a couple of our readings today will again follow suit with that, because it seems to be a really common thread. So I will share that.
So it's about staying in your personal power. And like I was chatting to my fellow medium, Jacinta, who I do the women's retreats with here at Sunday Creek, and we were chatting about it this morning, and I had a great insight from her about, trusting. And it's funny, it's something I'm really, really aware of, being able to trust the process. It's my favorite hashtag. You'll hear me tell many in my readings about just trusting that inner guidance. But I still need to be reminded of it. And it was a great conversation that we had this morning about just trusting. And yeah, I actually wasn't aware that I didn't place full trust until we had the conversation. So sometimes it's really good to nut ideas, suggestions, and anything to do with your life, with a friend, and come up with some different solutions, because quite often a different perspective can help us clear the way and almost still identify those blockages that we all know exist within us, but sometimes it's not till a situation comes up that triggers us. So, triggers can be a reaction to something. So it can be something small that you're reacting to. Sometimes where you have a situation and you go, why am I reacting to that in this way? So it can be something really trivial. Someone might have said something, or you might have gone to do the same thing you've done every day, and you've somehow found yourself mystified by things going on around you. Have a look at that, because that will be the universe's way of showing you where you need some more healing and awareness around your subconscious blockages. Because we want to be able to have that inner happiness and peace, and remember to embrace that. And, I know for me, I get so caught up in doing stuff that I forget about it. And I just think, I think we all forget about it. So that's why I love to utilize the radio here, just to remind you to spend some time on you and, build yourself up. So sometimes this can be, I went and did a great cooking class this week. I bought a pressure cooker, and I find them quite fascinating. And since buying it, I've heard all the advantages to cooking things quickly and retaining nutrients. And I love it because it's easy, because I think sometimes I find cooking very relaxing, but when you get busy and there's not enough time, I like it to be quick and easy. And I found that the pressure cooker was great. We had a fabulous teacher, and it was just wonderful to connect with a group and learn something new. I learned a few things, how to cut onions better than the way I do. It's something as simple as that. I was like, oh, wow, that's a totally new way of doing it. And, yeah, so I encourage you to do that. And you'll often hear me when I'm giving readings on the radio, go out and do a class. Keep learning. It could be learning to dance. It could be doing something creative like painting or pottery. Anything that gets you out of your head and into the fun side, the imagination side, the learning new things, because we can all do with learning. And I think that's a gift that is often underrated. So go and learn something new. If nothing else, you have fun with a group of like-minded souls. You get to meet new people, and we get to interact. And I really think that in some cases is what's missing in life for some people, is that connection to others. I sat next to a lovely lady. She was a lot of fun. We had laughs. We both relate to being scared that our pressure cooker was going to blow up, So, we just had fun. And, I think in anything that you do that's new surroundings, and I'll often take myself off to things like that on my own, because I get to meet other people and new people. So we need to embrace that. So even if you're the sort of person that sits at home and you can be a bit reclusive, just go out and learn something. It's brain food. We all need some brain food to keep our brains active, something different. All right, that's my blurb for today. Thank you so much for listening. I'm going to go on to my first caller today. I've got Carla in Sylvan Lake, Alberta, Canada. Yay, Canada.
Hello.
How are you, Carla?
Oh,
how are you?
Fabulous. How are you?
Really good, thank you. Thank you for calling in. Now, is there something you wanted me to focus on today?
I would like to know if there's any of my loved ones around.
Great. It was funny. I was just chatting about that this morning, saying, "Oh, I can't wait to connect to spirit today." Okay, so you've got to. Well, obviously, you've said loved ones, so we know that there's a few in spirit. I want to first address there's a couple of ladies coming through together, and I feel like I want to go to almost a feeling of like mum and sister, or they're not far apart in age. So let me get some more info. They're actually characters. So it's like they've got a good sense of humour and a good sense of fun, and I want to acknowledge that you have this as well.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because it's like I'm making the most of every opportunity to have a good laugh. So would this be your mum and auntie in spirit?
No, my mum is living.
Okay. So where are the two? These are two. I feel like I want to go to two sisters in spirit. And it's almost like they're on one side and then we've got the gentleman coming through on the other. So it's like both from different sides of the family.
I'm sorry, you're saying a gentleman and a woman from different sides of the family?
The two ladies are from one side of the family and there's a gentleman coming in from the other. He's not related to them as in possibly through marriage, but not genetically related, if that makes sense.
Oh, okay. I can't think of the two women at all, to be honest, the sisters.
Yep.
I'm doing that thing where I'm like, what? Drawing the blank. I need a little more, I would think.
Yeah, look, I'll get some more info as we go, but now we've also got the gentleman stepping in, and I feel like he's the main one that's stepping in around you, and it's almost like he's your protector. And I feel like you sense him around, or he's referring to that. There's something around a letter A. He's flashing up an A, and I'm not 100% sure that fits with his name, but it's like the A is in reference, and it's in cursive writing.
It's in what?
Cursive writing. So, like it's not just a normal A, it's like in a scroll. Yeah. But I feel like that's relevant.
There isn't anything, like I have a male family member who passed and his middle name starts with an A. And then probably the male gentleman I'd hope to hear from the most, an A. I can't think of what.
Right. So the gentleman that you're hoping to hear from, is this a partner? Because I feel like there's somebody that's quite connected. There is an older gentleman, but there's somebody that's closer to your age who passed suddenly.
Oh, my gosh.
Mm.
No, I haven't lost a partner.
Okay. All right. Because somebody it's almost like he's around your age. There's something in reference to the older gentleman, and maybe this is towards grandfather, he's the protector, but this other one that's sort of coming through was like younger and almost like past before his time is what he's showing me.
Yeah.
There's a few of them up there.
I know. I have like a cousin. Like I have a couple cousins who passed young, like definitely before their time, but and then I, of course, have some friends pass too.
You have who's passed as well?
Pardon me?
Who did you just say then as the last one who's passed?
I've had some friends pass, but I haven't had like
direct family members. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, because it's like there's something around. I'll go into what they're showing me because there's something around a message that I need to get through to you. There's something around you taking a look at what you're doing at the moment, and I almost feel like there's a change warranted. And the way that they're coming through with that, it's like there's something exciting for you, but we're not on the right track yet.
Oh.
Have you just changed tracks, or have you just changed paths? I feel like I want to go to. I'm being guided to swap something.
Well, I haven't changed what I'm doing, but I added something in, like something that should benefit me health-wise and benefit others health-wise. So
yep.
I'm wanting to stay on the same track.
Right. And that's quite spiritual based as well, yeah?
Yeah.
Because that's what up to you. Okay. There's something around that. What you've stepped into, that I feel is right. And it's like that part of it's fine, but there's something else that needs to shift for you to step fully into that. So I feel like there's just something stopping you right at this point in time.
Yeah, well, I need to actually do what you do for reading, and I need to change. I need to change them because I'm getting too much info and they're getting too long. So I actually need to figure out how to make them shorter.
Yeah,
essentially. So I think that's probably what they're referring to.
Yeah, because it's like there's all this amazing stuff, but it's like I do want to go to a little bit like you're holding yourself back. So it's almost like, and it was a bit like that earlier message that I said, we have to sometimes surrender and trust. And it's almost like that's where you're at. The more you let go of what you think it needs to be, the more it's going to step in. And it's almost like spirit come to you and they throw you off guard a bit. And it's they're laughing because it's like you've got, like, you're quite talented and you've got it all within you. You don't need to go and even learn anything, but you're a little bit fearful of stepping fully into it. So I'm feeling like I'm dipping my foot in the water, and I'm like, I know I'm on the right track, but I'm scared to jump into the water.
Yeah, well, and I think too, like, I have a good clientele, and I'm nervous that they're not going to like the changes too, right? Like, they're used to my cards, and I'm like, well, I'm going to have to ditch them because my readings are too long right now. Like 2 hours is ridiculous. So I need to
absolutely
ditch them. Yeah.
Look, and you will get that easily. It's almost like I just want to put it out there and say my bookings are an hour and that's it. And it's like letting spirit know that's where it's at. I'm starting here and I'm finishing there. And I know when I started, it was the same. And it's like you get into the zone, so you're not even aware of time. And I had to do the same. I had to say, Spirit, I've got 15 minutes. Give it to me quick because I don't have, a longer time frame when sometimes I'm doing shows and things. So for you, I just feel like you need to just declare that and say, okay, Spirit, I've got this amount of time. Give it to me as I need to. There's also something with aligning with you. I want to go further afield. So I don't know where you're currently reading, but I want to go and connect with others. And I almost see you doing similar to me in that you're doing retreats as well, where you're getting the spiritual-based people together and we're linking and we're creating groups.
Yeah.
So it's like that will be a great thing. And it's almost like people connect with you and they want more of it. So it's like even after having a reading, they still want to reconnect with you. Like it's not that they need another reading, but they want to more or less be in amongst your presence. So it's like a real credit to you because what you bring to the table is great.
Thank you. Yeah, they almost become extended family.
Yeah. You're brilliant at trance. I see you like trancing, so I'm feeling like I'm morphing into something. So almost like when I get connection, I almost feel like I merge quite strongly with spirit for you. And it's interesting that when you've rung in today about connecting with your, those in spirit, I often find sometimes when you do this work, your protectors and guides are quite strong for the connecting medium to go through. So sometimes it's like we have to prove ourselves even more.
Yeah.
So yeah, that makes sense. but I still feel like you've stepped into the, with the readings and things, but you're still going to step up into them more, and there's going to be a slight variety. So I almost feel like I don't know whether you're already out there putting yourself out there in like psychic, I don't know, like we have over here markets and fairs and things that a lot of psychics go to. It's like I just want to put myself out there being you.
Yeah, I'm actually just started doing one social kind of thing down at the lake.
Yep.
But I have to start the proper gathering, I guess, where I feel like I fit. Like I'm not.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm a little particular, I guess. With I'm not a fan of certain gatherings. I don't want to offend anybody,
definitely.
but I'm not. I'm kind of particular.
I
so
totally
I'm
get
trying
what
to
you're
find,
saying.
like stuff in the light, I guess. Right?
Yeah.
You know what
I've got to go on to my next. Yeah, I totally get what you're saying. You've got to. I've done it before. Sometimes where I've gone, I didn't feel in alignment, but I've pushed myself to do it. Then I've looked back and go, I should not have done that. So you're spot on with that. I've got to go on to my next caller, but I'd love you. Please contact me on my Facebook page. I'd love to connect more with you.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, shoot me a message. That'd be great.
Okay, thank you so much.
No worries, Carla. Thank you. All right, I've got to go on to my next reading, Lauren from Christiansburg, Virginia. Lauren, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. I've got a grandmother for you. Does that resonate, a grandmother in spirit who you were close to?
I do not have a grandmother in spirit I was close to.
You don't?
No.
Okay. Well, I've got an older lady who I feel had a close connection to you. She felt very grandmotherly. She's not very tall, and it's like she's stepping in to give me info for you. So I'm not sure exactly where she fits, but I'll get a bit of information off her.
Okay.
Maybe we're a great grandmother. I feel like I want to go to Mum's side though with her. All right. So you've got talents that you haven't stepped into yet. So I'm almost like I feel like I'm making decisions around what I'm going to do for work.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like I'm weighing up at the moment. But I almost want to say to you, there's something totally different to what you're thinking of. So is there a couple of things that you've been weighing up as far as stepping into?
Yes, a few things regarding my future, like with my work, my twin daughters, future partners, things like that.
Yeah. So you got twin daughters. How cute.
Yes.
You're very cute. Big eye. I can see like big eyes. I'm like, but they're very interconnected, which quite often twins are. You're quite in tune psychically, and they are the same. So it's almost like they're very gifted. The twins, I want to say, very. It's almost like they're sort of very wise. I just feel like they watch a lot of things and take notice and observe things, and it's almost like they can see more than just what we see with our eyes in this human world. But they get that from you. In regards to your work, there's something around a change and an opportunity coming up that's going to change your work and where you are at the moment. I want to go to what they're showing me with that is that we're not 100% happy. There's a few things that don't really sit right with you at work, and we want to change that up. So it's almost like there's something that's going to come in that'll enable you to do something different. And I want to say it's totally different to what you've done before.
So I'm currently, what's different from before is I'm currently working factory work. I do enjoy it more. I do enjoy the type of job more than I'm used to. I'm used to like customer service, retail. I do enjoy it more than that. But I'm just hoping I'm able to excel in what I'm doing.
Yeah, it's like it's almost like that's not where you're going to stop. So it's like I'm moving into something else. So there's something, but I feel it is different to what you're doing at this right now. It still might be within the same company, but it's like being offered something else. And I want to say something with a bit more flexible hours. So it's almost like, I feel like with this opportunity, it's like you're going to go, wow, that suits me so much better.
Yes, I definitely do that.
Yeah. It's like it just, like it's, of course, having children and working, it's a juggling act. Where is the father of the twins?
I'm not seeing him currently.
No,
he does help me with caring for them and taking care of them. He does help in that sense, but he lives 2 hours away.
Yeah, that's because I felt like he's not with you. So it's like, I'm a single mom. I'm on my own. And it's like that. It's almost like it works better now that you're not together than it ever did when you were together. So things happen for a reason. But there's also somebody around you. So I want to say, like, are you in another relationship now, or there's somebody's around with potential to be in a relationship with you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I'm kind of, when I connect with that, I'm a little bit excited.
Yes. Yeah, he's definitely different from what I'm used to, and a lot better in the sense of for me and my kids.
Yeah. And he's very caring, and he's got a big heart, and he really wants to look out for you. And he's not, I want to say, with connecting with him, he's very selfless. So he would do everything for everybody else, and totally different to your past partners who probably weren't like that, or I don't feel that was, they prioritized themselves. This one, he prioritizes everybody else. And he has a lot of unconditional love within him. So it's like he would take on the twins like they were his.
Yes, that is spot on.
Yeah, he's awesome. So you've done very well there. The two of you, there's going to be some really, I see you two building from foundation. So it's almost like what they're showing me is there will be a coming together and the two of you growing. And it's almost like I feel like I'm growing my wealth together. So I'm like getting my house and then having another house. I even feel like, I want to say, there's a lot of success in your union. And I feel like, what Spirit's showing me is that when the two of you met, there was this coming together, and I feel for the two of you hadn't felt that way before with somebody.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is
I do have
cool.
one question.
Yeah,
if that's okay. Kind of like back to the subject on the older woman, the one that kind of took like a grandmother's place. What are you kind of getting from that?
It's like she was excited to connect with you today. So that's why I felt like she was very relevant, and almost like she's your little guardian, and she's a powerhouse. So she's very hardworking, very much like you. But I do want to say, with her coming forward, it's like she puts her arms around you and she wants you to know that it's all going to be okay. So I feel like whether there's been something in the back of your mind you've been worrying over, I want to say it is going to work out and be okay, is what she's telling me.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah, so it's like, don't worry, don't feed into the worry. It's not, how we catastrophize things in our head. Don't do it, because it's not going to be relevant to you. So just let it go and connect to that feeling that I am fine, this is going to be great, and I can get through this. I'm very strong, is what she's showing me. So it's like she's the healing element here.
Yes, I had lost my mom when I was 17, and I'm 21 now. Yeah, and I lost her. She had gotten cancer, and it's been really hard for me these past couple of years, and it's been on my mind quite heavy, especially after having kids a couple of years later. And I think that might be where the grandmother's place comes in.
Yeah. And don't doubt your mum will be around you as well. She will be giving you signs, like being the family person that she was. She'll connect through the children. I feel like I want to say one of the children's like mum. Now, I'm going to get wrapped up. Please message me on Australia's Psychic Cowgirl, and I will continue some info for you, Lauren.
All right, thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for ringing. I've got to run. Australia Psychic Cowgirl signing off. Woo!
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast here in Australia. It's a beautiful crisp winter's morning here, so we'll keep the show moving along because I don't want to get too cold, and I hope you're having an absolutely fantastic week wherever you are around the globe of ours. Now, this week we've got the Simply Tarot card of the week is the Hanged Man. Now, this is one I don't think we've featured on the show very often. It's the card of getting stronger in oneself. After a lot of deliberating and delaying, you're finally on the right track. And one of the things that my students always ask is, isn't the card upside down? Now, he is meant to be hanging upside down. He's not meant to be upright, because this is where you're starting to get stronger in yourself, because you're starting to look at things maybe through a different set of eyes, or finally just coming to the truth of the matter of the situations or the issues that you've been dealing with after you've deliberated and you've delayed on it and you've looked at it from every possible angle. You finally know that you're on the right track and you can proceed forward with great gusto. So this week we're sort of moving into a very big astrological event, and I mean, for those of you that watch the show regularly, you know I quite often talk about the moon. But this week on August 30, I was nearly going to say November 30. I'm trying to wish the year away, and I'm not, but we won't do that just yet. So on August 30 this year, what is known as a dark moon or the black moon. Now, for those of you that don't have a clue what I'm talking about, what this means is that we've had 2 new moons in one calendar month, and that's why it's called a black moon or a dark moon. Some people are talking about it as being a super moon. Look, I don't get too excited when they sort of write up about it's a super moon, or, you know, it's sort of like the moon is the moon. The emotions are the emotions, and the emotions are what governs us as human beings. And each month we have one full moon and one new moon, and sometimes we have a second full moon, which is the blue moon, or sometimes we have a second new moon, which is the black moon or the dark moon, which is what's happening this month. So the new moon or the black moon this month is in Virgo. So it's interesting because it's going to ask each and every one of us to delve into our emotions, and it's going to ask us to put our Virgo hat on, which means that we've got to be logical, practical, we've got to pull everything apart. It's like we've got to analyse every single solitary thing that's going on in our lives. Now, for some of us, it's going to be a very confronting new moon, because there's going to be so much other activity in Virgo. We've actually got a plethora of planets sitting in Virgo. So I just want to quickly run through those that are joining the new moon on the 30th of this month. And bearing in mind, all these planets are holding hands. It's like they're all in a row. So we kick it off with Mercury. The planet of communication is holding hands with the new moon. Then the new moon is holding hands with the sun, which is where our ego and drive comes from. The sun is holding hands with Mars, the planet of action and you know, making us get up out of bed and sort of want to be motivated. And he's holding hands with the planet Venus, the planet of love and communication. So to round all that off, we're going to have some very tricky times with communication that are going to be quite emotional, and everybody's going to be jockeying for position, trying to get their voice across or get their opinion across, because it's the only one that matters. Now, this could spark some very fiery debates, particularly about things that we're very passionate about or things that we feel ownership about. Now, at the same time, it's going to be sort of like you're going to be sort of dissecting this, putting it under the microscope and sort of asking yourself, how does this affect you? How does this really sort of come into my little world? And it's like, I don't really want to know about yours. I'm only bothered about mine. So that in the midst of all this, we have the new moon energy, which is asking us to look at things in a fresh new perspective, release things that are no longer serving us, and start to look for innovative new ways of coming to terms with or making changes in our lives, particularly on an emotional level. So I'm just warning you again, it's not going to be the easiest of new moons this month, but it is going to be a time where I think we can get to the bottom of a lot of issues. And a bit like the Hanged Man, after all the deliberating and delaying that's been going on in our lives, we finally see the truth. We finally see the pathway forward. And I believe from that we can have some major, major breakthroughs. It's just a pity the politicians around the world don't get on board with what's happening with the new men. Maybe they will. We'll give them the benefit of the doubt. So anyway, the famous person I want to focus on this week is one of the world's leading actors, and I don't know that this man really needs any introduction, but I'm going to talk about Tommy Lee Jones. And Tommy Lee Jones is a Libra, and that really surprised me because he plays such gutsy roles, and he's always sort of so forthright and sort of takes you along for the journey as well in whatever role that he's played. And I know I've watched many, many movies with him in it, and each time it's like you sort of just get captivated and get taken along for the journey. So I suppose that's where his Librian energy comes in, that he enables you to sort of really sort of get involved with the character that he's playing and see it from both sides of the equation, the good and the bad, you know. And I'm seeing him in some, you know, very not so nice roles where he's been the baddie, and I've seen him in other roles where he's sort of, you know, really seeking the truth and sort of bringing the good things in life to justice. So there's many, many roles that this man's played, but I think one of my favourite roles would be the mini-series that was out many, many moons ago now called Lonesome Dove. And for those of you that don't know it, it's one of those classics that I think you really need to go back and look at. And it is based on a Western, and it's a really long series. And I mean, there's a number of DVDs in the series, but Lonesome Dove was the first one I saw. And it really captivated me that I had to go back and watch it a couple of times because there was just so many layers to the story. So for those of you that have seen Lonesome Dove, you'll know he played the role of Woodrow F. Call, Captain, and he was one of the Texas Rangers. So anyway, we're going to take our first caller, which is Heather in Port Hope, Ontario, Canada. Are you there, Heather?
Yes, I'm here.
Hello, Heather. How can I help you today, sweet? Do you have a question I can work with?
Yeah, more looking about where my path is going.
Okay. All right. That's a very general sort of question, Heather, but we'll do what we can with it, because sometimes when we ask a general sort of question like that, the powers that be on the other side get a little bit frustrated because they sort of think we could be a little bit more decisive. But the first thing that they're showing me is that this year, 2019 for you, has been about endings, change and transformation, but it's also been about delving inside yourself and understanding your triggers, understanding the things that make you the person that you are and what you've been evolving to become. But they're also now asking me to sort of ask you to put your hand up and sort of say, this is what I want. It's like you've really now got to become proactive in as much as this is what I want out of the next stage of my life. I want more. I deserve more. I've worked hard for more. So has there been some sort of study or some learning that's been going on this year? And it may not necessarily have been work-related. It could have been more about self-improvement or something that you've been interested in, that this has sort of helped shape the direction that you're now going in. Has there been something new that you've been working with?
There has. My husband passed away a couple of years ago now, and I've started dating again. So that would be the change. I've had a boyfriend for the past year.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry to hear that your husband passed away, but they were showing it to me more on the level of something that you were doing as if you were encompassing or learning something new. So did you take up a new hobby, or did you start looking into spirituality or learning different things?
I did start looking into spirituality as well, yes.
Yeah, because they're showing me that they want you to keep on that sort of path. It's sort of, you know, I appreciate it's been a very big learning curve for you since you lost your husband, and then sort of reorganising your life and having to go dating again, I think is quite daunting when you get past a certain age, isn't it? That, you know, how the world has changed in that direction. But I also sort of feel that this is opening you up to a lot more new experiences. So would it be fair to say, Heather, that somewhere in this next 12 months we might be looking to make some fairly serious decisions about what the next step is in the relationship?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, because I feel that's something that the both of you have sort of thought about, but the energy that your new man is giving me, your boyfriend is giving me, is he doesn't want to rush you. He wants to make sure that you're ready for this next step. You know, he was ready a long time ago, but he's very aware of that you've been through such a change in your life that you have to be the one that is not so much leading the charge, but sort of showing him that you're ready for something more than what you have.
Yeah, that makes sense. He says that sometimes, so.
Yeah, I just sort of feel by about March next year, I think we're sitting down and having a conversation about what next. You know what I mean? We get through the holiday season and we enjoy that in a sort of a fun sort of way, and then sort of, you know, we start the new year and then it's sort of down to business.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, and it is good because I feel the two of you are very, very connected, and that's not taking away from what you shared with your late husband. I mean, that chapter of your life will always remain very important and very significant. But, you know, we do have the capability of loving again, and loving again in a different, deeper sort of way. You know, each relationship or each serious relationship like this has its own merit. You know, it doesn't mean you loved one person more than the other. It's just they're different.
Right.
Yeah, and don't let anybody tell you that you don't have the right to happiness again. You do.
No, that's right, you do.
Yes, and I know your late husband would want that for you. He would want you to be moving on and being happy, and, you know, that's what life's meant to be.
Okay.
Yeah, so don't look at it as, you know, is there a certain timetable that we have to abide by before we can sort of reach out and take the next branch of happiness? There is no timetable. You know, that's just people's perceptions of how long it should be. They're not the one walking in your shoes. And as long as you're the one that's comfortable with the pace that your life's going at, you're the only person you have to answer to.
Yeah, that answers a question of mine as well. So.
Yeah, and it's always hard, Heather, because people have this perception of when you've become widowed that all of a sudden you've lost half your brain. You didn't lose half your brain. You lost your husband. And it's something that it doesn't matter, I think, whatever age we might experience that, and I have been through it, so I can speak firsthand at it. And it's like people don't sort of understand that there's so many processes that you have to go through to regain who you are after such a loss like that. But it doesn't mean that you haven't got a brain, that you can't make decisions, that you can't make decisive decisions about where and when and how to do something, that each one of us is different. And if there's one thing I learnt through that process was that everybody is individual. Everybody grieves and handles a loss in their own way, and there is no right or wrong way. And I can remember meeting a lady at a bus stop one day, and she must have been fairly intuitive, and she just held my hand and she said to me, "One day you'll wake up and the sky will be blue." And I thought about that and I thought, oh, that's a nice way of putting things. And then she sort of hopped on her bus and I waited for mine. And it was the most comforting words that somebody said to me at that time, because it made sense that, you know, when you first go through the early stages of grief, everything looks very grey and bleak and you don't know what to do and you've got a lot of decisions to make and a lot of choices and changes, and, you know, there seems to be so much at the very beginning that needs to be done, and then everybody disappears and then you're left to pick up the pieces and reorganise your life. And there is some grey days, but one day you do wake up and the sky is blue and you're ready to take the reins to life again. And I feel that's what she was talking about. And those words rung true for me for many, many years. And every time I might have had a day where I was feeling a little bit sorry for myself at my loss, I would remember her words, and that would give me great comfort. And, you know, as I've taught people over the years, there is no bus timetable for grief. You'll know when you're ready to take your step out into the world and you're ready to have a new relationship or move or whatever the case may be. And it's got to be entirely your choice, Heather. And I know that you're well and truly on your path and you know exactly where you're going and what you want to achieve. And don't let anybody tell you that. Yeah, and it's your turn now, Heather.
Okay.
So I can only wish you well because I know you've got a lot of amazing things to look forward to. So just grab everything with both hands and don't look backwards.
Okay. Can I ask one quick question?
Yeah, sure.
Your opinion on, let's say, your opinion on signs from the afterlife, right then.
Oh, look, I believe that, you know, there is an afterlife. I've always believed that. And I've always believed that our spirit guides or our guardian angels are people that we were emotionally connected to. That's always been my personal belief. And people sort of often ask me, well, how come not everybody decides to come back and give us a message? And my argument for that is that some people, whether they had a belief in spirituality or the afterlife here on earth, doesn't necessarily constitute how they see it from the other side. You know, some people find it easier to connect with us and others don't. And it doesn't mean one's stronger than the other. I think what you need to do if you're looking for a sign or sort of a message from your late husband is look at something that means something to you. You know, you might walk out and the photos are crooked on the mantle and he knows that that would annoy you. So that's his way of connecting or getting a message to you. Sometimes it comes through a song. Sometimes it'll be something that you see on the TV. It can be a street sign. There's many different methods of them being able to connect with us. But please be assured, nobody's ever come through and told me they don't like it there or they're not comfortable there or they're still in pain or whatever the case may be. I've never had anybody tell me that. They always are with us, regardless of whether we know it or not. They never really leave us. So, you know, if they felt we were really on the wrong path, I think they'd get a message through to us in some sort of way that, hey, maybe you better think about things a little bit differently. And sometimes when you just get a very strong feeling, that's them putting that message in your head. You know, if this is the way that you
feelings I quite often experienced. So.
Yeah, and that'll be your husband giving you a message. You know, he mightn't be able to come down and have a cup of coffee with you at the kitchen table, but that's as good as, you know. And I always suggest to people, if you've got a question for someone that's passed over, ask them out aloud before you go to sleep and tell them you want the answer in your mind first thing in the morning. So then whatever your first thought is first thing in the morning, that's the answer direct from them. And if you look at it along those ways, you'll find then that increases it's like exercise. The more we do, the better we become at it. So the more we try and give them a way to connect with us at a time that is appropriate for us, the stronger the connection becomes. So, you know, your husband's with you all the time and he just wants to see you smile and be happy again.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. I appreciate that.
You're very, very welcome, Heather. We're going to have to leave it there because we're going to go to Vass in London, in England. Are you there, Vass?
Hello?
Hello, Vass. How can I help you, sweetie?
Hi. I just basically I need some directional clarity with regards to where I'm at the moment in terms of my life purpose and what's going on in terms of the fears that I'm going through.
Okay. All right, Vass. The first thing that they're showing me is that I don't know that the picture of your life is completely formulated at the moment. It's like there's many possibilities and there's many different choices or directions that you could go. Now, I'm not saying that to be flippant. I'm saying to you that there's lots of things that have come in and out of your mind this year, but none of them have really been something that I want to grab hold of, you know, that I want to sort of hang on to and say, this is what I want. So until we get that, I want to sort of say to you, just take it very gently. Don't be in too much of a hurry to try and make long-term decisions or choices yet until that something really grabs you. when it really grabs you and you want to hang on to it and you don't want to let go of it, then you know that's the way that you need to go moving forward. It's also been a year of where I feel we've got into the depths of your mind and really cleared out a lot of old things, like old memories that you've hung on to, old lessons, all those sort of things have come to the surface. We've looked at them, we've processed them, we've put them where we need them to go, and then we've let go of them, and that's a good thing. This is opening you up for the changes that are coming up, and I know this hasn't been the easiest of years because you sort of thought at the beginning of this year things were going to unfold and things were going to be amazing and it was going to be a really positive, upbeat year, and it's like, well, here we are nearly at the end of August, and what have I done? Well, you can't sort of turn around and say, this is what I've achieved on a level that we can count it. But let me assure you, you've done an awful lot of work on yourself, which is going to hold you in good stead for the changes that are coming about. I do feel that it's almost like you've been reborn. You've become a completely different person to what you were at the beginning of the year. And that's a good thing, because I feel that there was many things there that you were holding on to that were weighing you down, that weren't really productive in your life, and they were causing things to be sort of out of balance. So as we sort of move forward from about the 1st of September this year, I think you'll start to sort of feel some momentum, some energy starting to build, and you'll start to feel a lot more positive. And it's like, wow, I'm starting to get flashes of things that I might be interested in or a direction that I could be going. So was there a relationship that broke up this year, Vass?
The relationship broke up in 2014, but it's kind of like, yeah.
But was it just the fact that you finally came to terms with everything that was connected to that you sort of finally put all the pieces into the puzzle and were able to release it?
I've done a lot of forgiveness work.
Right, okay. Yeah, but that's the same thing as being able to put all the pieces into the puzzle and letting go of it, being able to sort of say, well, that's it, it's now complete. I feel that was really important, because that, you know, you not being able to forgive until this year was holding you back as an individual.
Mm-hmm.
So that's good. There will be new love. I don't feel it's too far away now before we attract somebody new into your life. I've got a man here with brown hair and green to hazily coloured eyes who's got a bit of a cheeky looking smile. And please don't be offended when I say this, but it's like I want to get him and take him to the dentist because his teeth are crooked. Every time he smiles, he's got this most beautiful smile, but he's got 2 teeth that are sort of crooked, and it's like I want to get the pliers and straighten them up. But, you know, they're not rotten or anything like that. They're just crooked, and it's sort of like, you know, it sort of ruins this beautiful smile he's got. But a really, really lovely man. I feel he's been on his own for some time. I think he went through a very emotional time too that he needed to sort of work through and process and all those sort of things. So life is certainly going to be on more of an upward swing for you as we head, you know, from the 1st of September onwards towards the end of the year. Halfway through next year, I feel, Vass, that there will be a big decision about whether you're going to stay in the current job that you're in, or is it time to start looking for something new. I feel it'll be time to start looking for something new, but certainly rewards are starting to come back to you this year. And it's like all the hard work, all the effort that you've done is now finally starting to pay off. It's interesting because that forgiveness work that you did on yourself, I don't think that was only just to do with the relationship. I feel that went way back over a number of issues. And I'd almost even say a number of lifetimes where you came into this lifetime where you did a number of the same lessons over and over and over again. And it's like you forgave yourself for everything that you'd never completed before, or things that you'd always sort of buried away. You were never good at confronting your emotions until this year. And that's a good thing. That's a huge step forward, to be able to confront your emotions, deal with them, own what part you were responsible for, but also release the parts that you weren't responsible for, that you couldn't have changed even if you wanted to. As much as you tried to, things didn't change. So I think you deserve a packet of gold stars, Vass, for the work that you've done on yourself this year. And I can only wish you well with everything that's coming your way, because you've got a really good life coming towards you now, and that's very exciting.
Thank you so much.
You're very, very welcome. So it's an interesting year this year astrologically. There's lots of people like us that have been doing a lot of work on themselves and sort of wondering what it's all been about. You know, where am I heading? Why am I going this way? And I think it's been a time where people are sort of certainly becoming more enlightened. And as we become more enlightened, I think we ask the tougher questions of ourselves, like, where am I going? What am I responsible for? Why did I end that relationship? Why did I get attracted to that person? Why did I take that sort of job? And these are very healthy questions that I think we all need to ask ourselves, you know, fairly regularly, to make sure that we know exactly where our lives are going, so that we are still the master of our own universe, that we are the one driving the car, even though I do believe destiny and fate and free will and all those sort of things come into it. I still believe to a certain point our lives are mapped out for us. Where our free will comes in is when we get to the intersection, do we turn right or do we turn left? So it's an interesting sort of concept. But, you know, having spoken with Heather earlier in the show, and there's many people out there that I know that have lost people, you know, through death and, you know, are struggling with the loss and sort of not sure what's right or wrong. Can I make a suggestion to those people? The best book that I ever read on grief was by Dr. Elizabeth Kubler-Ross, called On Death and Dying. Most good libraries have it. It's a very inexpensive book. And it's one of the books that I think that you can keep going back to and finding answers. Even if you just randomly open a page up, you'll find there's a message there for you. I found that book a great comfort. I still believe it's a relevant book today, and everything that Dr. Elizabeth Kubler-Ross wrote on the subject, and she was an expert on, you know, changes in life. She wrote many, many books, but I believe that that was one of her better books. And one of my favourites, and the last one I read of hers, was The Wheel of Life, or something to that effect, where she wrote a book about her life and how she became such a grief expert. So I want to sort of leave you with that this week, because there may be somebody out there that needs a little bit of a helping hand that's going through a tough time after a loss or a death in the family. So until next week, enjoy the black moon and make sure that you are kind to each other, and make sure you listen to each other. It's a time when we can have some major breakthroughs, particularly with communication, and really sorting out who we are and where we're going as individuals in this amazing planet of ours. So until next week, bye for now, and be kind to each other.
Hi, I'm Ron, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now A1R on the air. Psychic Talk Radio on Moonstruck TV. Enlightening television.
I'm so excited to have you guys all here. My name is Christina Watts. I'm known as the Divine Medium. If you guys don't know me and you're new, what we do on this show is we talk about spiritual stuff, and I'm a type of teacher in heaven, and I came to Earth in 2009 to kind of give the knowledge that I know from heaven. And I got a lot of followers on Facebook right now that are watching live. So if you are on Facebook, you can join Christina K, C-A-Y, Watts, live on Facebook, and throw me some of your questions there. And we'll, after this show off iHeartRadio and iHeart1 and Moonstruck TV, we are going to go and continue live on Facebook for a little bit and finish off these questions. Now, our first question of the night is from Johanna Carrion. She asks, when we daze out, quote unquote, like we are eating, and just stop and stare, that someone has to say, hello, Earth to Johanna, why does this happen? Well, sometimes our soul tends to go off, kind of like when you're sleeping, your body is in relax mode and it's sleeping, and your soul's off doing all kinds of things. So you don't have to necessarily wait around for the body to wake up. So your soul's off doing stuff. So sometimes this happens when you're in your waking state and you're driving, and all of a sudden you get from one point to another and you're like, how the heck did I get here? So it works the same exact way. Okay, next one's from Ray Lukács. I'm hoping I'm saying that name right. Since planets don't really move backwards in their orbits, why is everyone blaming their problems on retrograde? Okay, so I did a whole blog on my website, thedivinemedium.com, on retrograde to kind of give people kind of a heads up, how's this work and what to expect. So if I told you that a train moving faster past a slower moving train, and the slower one appears to be moving backwards, but of course that is not at all true. They are both moving forward, but the slower train just appears like it's moving backwards. Retrograde planet works the same exact way. By essentially a faster moving planet is passing a slower moving planet, creating the illusion that a slower planet is moving backwards or retrograding, quote unquote. For this illusion to appear in this way, it takes a lot of energy to pull it off, okay? This isn't something that just whim, bam, bam, it happens. Energy that throws the alignment of energy in connection, bonding with spirit and physical causes upon realms of all types, our physical, our spiritual, everything. So it takes a lot of work to pull this off, okay? If you look at a clock and it suddenly starts going backwards, you would think you're going cuckoo. A planet moving in retrograde motion is just like the clock. In doing so, the retrograde energy is asking you and asking your mind to kind of align and adjust to the temporary flux in the messages communicating with energy, okay? So when you see this kind of illusion happening, your mind kind of has to adjust to what's actually happening, okay? It's like putting the mind into another time zone. So just think of getting off a plane and you have jet lag and you're trying to adjust to a new time zone. It's the same kind of energy effect. Electronics get cattywampus, your emotions get cattywampus, and everything in space affects us. You can't go a day and think, oh, I'm just going to keep living the same energy over and over again. It's not going to happen. You know when you look at those weird puzzles and you have to kind of fixate your eyes on the puzzle and then it creates the picture past your eyes. You have to kind of fixate your eyes. Retrograde is kind of the same way. You kind of have to fixate your eyes to see the full picture, okay? Okay, our next question comes from Melissa Ream. What has been your favorite life so far? Well, that's a doozy. I've had many lives, and I'm probably going to say the Mary Magdalene life was probably one of my top favorites. Being president one time was kind of cool. I didn't like how my ending went, but it was actually kind of cool. I've had many lives with, you know, like the fairyland and the mermaids. Those are kind of relaxing. It's kind of like a vacation away from Earth. So, but honestly, my top one would probably be Mary Magdalene. I really, really enjoyed that life. Okay, Melissa Ream again asks, you are a teacher in heaven. Can we know your name up there? Okay, so I am a teacher in heaven, and my name is obviously Mary. And that is my essence, my soul essence. But I'm also a warrior in heaven. I have many jobs in heaven, just like I have many jobs here. I sing, I'm a medium, I'm an artist. So you have many gifts here, you have many gifts in heaven. Okay, so my warrior essence name, essence, if you will, because we don't really get hung up on names, we get hung up on energy feelings or our soul recognition. So we don't really get hung up on names and category. But if you were to call me a name, it would be Sahara, aka Zara, here on Earth, okay? Using Earth's language. I communicate with water creatures or races that use aquatica, like a nature of aquatica. And I also do with ridding and removing dark from beings that seek to, these beings that I deal with seek to plague and corrupt people and places. And I use a Jesus's blood angelic armor that I place over these areas and these people to kind of demolish what's going on around them, to kind of remove the energy. And I'm assisting and protecting the angels with it while I'm here. However, I am restricted by the body to kind of be free in the spirit sense, to be able to do what I really can do in heaven. So I'm kind of a little bit restricted, so I do have to count on them for things. So, okay, next question. I don't want to skip anybody here. Mary Maltese Giuseppe. When do you think the Vatican became dark? It must not have started that way, right? Sad to say, Mary, yes. Its main goal was to kind of corrupt and control. I know that there was really good, amazing people that, you know, wanted to start this whole thing to enlighten and kind of be like peace workers, but then you have the other aspect of people that want to control it. When the second you start taking out books of the Bible, you no longer have something pure and with good intent, okay? Jessica Popish, what happens to another person's soul contract when someone who was to be a part of it commits suicide? Okay, so this is a really good question, Jessica, but nothing happens by chance. All these paths that are taken are documented, are planned out, are agreed upon, and consented. The biggest thing here is you want to finish out you want to do everything possible, as hard as it is here, to finish out your life. You do not want to waste the time and not finish it out, because if you finish it out too early, then you're not getting the full effect of learning. There's a difference between reading a book and actually jumping into the story and living it out. You have to live it out. You can't just vicariously read about it. Okay. So I want to kind of use an example for this. I have my notes here. I'm kind of keeping my my ADHD in control today. But so a son wants to be with his mother. His mother dies. He is overstricken with grief, and he just wants to be with her. So he commits suicide. The son does get to see his mother. God is so great and loving in his ways that he understands the hardships of being here on earth. And the son will have to learn how to forgive himself for leaving too soon, because coming to earth is a gift of learning, and you don't want to waste that gift. You don't want to let it be in vain. So you must try everything you can to stay as long as you can. Karma has to be balanced in order for a soul to fully learn from the experience and the perspective of the experience, okay? So karma will get balanced out with that. Okay, question, do dead people ever lie? This is interesting. No, they do not. They have no reason to. They're in heaven, they're all knowing. So communication is all telepathic. So if it's all telepathic, everybody kind of knows what everybody's thinking. So there's no sense in lying, and there's no sense in lying to me because I communicate telepathically. And I not only communicate telepathically, I feel everything that the soul's going through as well. So you can't kind of hide that from me. So there's no gain in them lying to me, to any other spirits in heaven. Everybody kind of just knows what's going on. So who picked our guides out? Our guides. This comes from Melissa Ream. Melissa gives a lot of questions, and I love them. So she asks, who picked our guides? We picked our guides. Our soul came up with the soul contract that we wanted to learn from. It's, again, like a big buffet of learning, and we decide what we want to learn from, who we want to learn from. The people in our lives typically do tend to come and repeat lives with us. It's our soul family that come in. So let's say, for example, your dad was your brother at one time. In this life, he decided to be your dad. So everybody has their role to play. But yes, you pick your guides, and you usually pick your guides based off of how you trust them, or what maybe you want to learn from them, or maybe what they want to learn from you. Because I think a lot of people think that guides aren't learning while they're doing this with you. And they truly are. They're learning themselves. My guide Maria is constantly learning things from me, especially because I'm stubborn. So she definitely learns from me and how to handle me. And Yvonne over there can detest to that. So, yes, you pick your own guides out. Melissa Ream, again, is our soul made with spiritual gifts, or do we get enlightened and come into something? Okay, here's what I'm going to tell you on that. I think a lot of people think that they don't have gifts, or they think that they have to be a psychic medium, empath, spiritualist to have these amazing gifts and be popular. And I think a lot of that has to do with the ego. Because when you look internally and you really take hold of what your gifts are, they're very interesting to you. So with Melissa Ream, I would say she is a protector and a listener. And her gifts are special to her. And just because they're not a psychic medium doesn't mean they're not important, because everyone's gifts that they decided to come in with are important, no matter how minuscule somebody else might look at it. There are some, you have to be born with the gifts of communication to spirit. Now, everybody can hear their guides. It's training yourself to listen better. Now, listening to spirit, like how I do it every day, is a little different, and that is something you're born with. You can't just train for it. That's not something you can get trained. Now, one of my energies that I came in with in 2009 was to help those that have gifts feel their gifts, understand their gifts, and better use their gifts. That is one of the energies I bring in. I am here to kind of pull that energy out of them so that they can understand and take hold of their gifts better than what they would have had before. And just being around me and listening to the teachings is going to help them do this. So yes, in a way, if you enlighten in your own gift, but you have to be born with them. You can't sit there and say, oh, I wish I could be a medium. I'm going to tell you right now, you do not wish to be this. This is very difficult. You have a lot of responsibility. I think people that willy-nilly think that they can just do this are going to really have to face themselves when they pass and face their life review, because if this wasn't a gift in the first place and they're pushing it on themselves, they can really mess somebody's life up. So I have a lot of responsibility. And if I don't listen to my guides on what I'm supposed to be saying, I can get myself in trouble. I will be the one in trouble, not the person that's listening to me. So I take great responsibility on what I do, what I say, because it could hurt somebody if I am not careful. I have to listen to what my guides are telling me. And I don't just answer willy-nilly. And I think that's what a lot of people expect me to do, is just whiff off some answers. And I don't do that. I like to sit calmly, listen quietly to my guides. It might take 5 minutes, might take 10 minutes. It might take 2 minutes. Just depends on the person's energy. But I don't like to just flat out give answers, because they're not my answers to give in the first place. I am just a telephone in a way to give the answers. Okay. Melissa Ream, why is dark so heavy on some souls? Okay. Dark, God allowed dark to be here on earth because this is a learning area where there's a yin and yang energy going on. There's two sides of every story. There's two angles to every learning. So you can't enjoy joy and peace and love unless you experience some darker sides. How can you really appreciate love and peace and happy joy unless you've gone through hard times to really appreciate it? Like when somebody gets really, really sick, they really appreciate health after they've gotten sick. And then they get well and they really are grateful and appreciative that they got to see that side so that they can better appreciate being healthy again. Without dark, we cannot appreciate the joys that earth has to offer us. Okay, so it's very, very important. God allows dark to teach us these good and bad aspects so that we can better appreciate it. Okay. Okay, next question is Cynthia Fleming. What does it mean when you have the same dream over and over again, and each time it goes a little further than before? Well, Cynthia, you kind of actually answered your own question without even knowing it. When you said here about each time it goes a little further, well, that's the whole point. The dream is slowly giving you a message. And each time you go into it, it's just, you're discovering more and you're learning more. And that's the whole point of a dream repeating. And until you get the message, the dream won't repeat. So let me give an example. Christina, the person that was in this vessel before, she had dreams way back in probably 2000 and about wearing a uniform, a police uniform that wasn't of Johnstown where she lives. The uniform was black and the uniforms here are kind of like a navy color. And she kept having dreams that she sees a rape happen. She chases after the guy and she calls in everything. So it's not like her not to call in, and she didn't call in. And long story short, she gets shot through her chest and she doesn't get discovered for 2 weeks. Her body lays there for 2 weeks because it's in like near an abandoned warehouse. So after the accident, those dreams stopped when I came because it stopped that path in its tracks. I did not become the police officer, even though I still had that energy and that drive to become a police officer because she was still on this path with me when I decided to come in and she decided to leave. It's what's called a walk. I am what's called a walk-in. And I know a lot of people don't understand this, but a walk-in just basically agrees to walk in when the soul that's occupying the vessel no longer wants to live out that life. So instead of committing suicide or anything like that and savoring the vessel, the walk-in comes in and agrees to take on the life. However, the biggest thing with walk-ins is they're drastically different personalities going on. And I mean, there might be some similarities in maybe gestures or facial expressions or maybe the way they talk, but the likes and dislikes and the drive, like she was very depressed and I have a drive to do things and get out and go places, and she's a homebody. So I do struggle with that on occasion where she's fighting me and doesn't want to go anywhere and I'm stuck in the house and I really kind of want to go out and do something. So thanks, David. I know it's sad. I got to struggle with that, but you know, it is what it is. Okay. So Cynthia, just to kind of sum up your question, yes, dreams will repeat themselves, and they are very important when they do repeat themselves because there is a message there. And the message to Christina was that it was like a heads up that that path won't happen, that she'll be taken across and I would take over. And the dream stopped, obviously, after that. And the uniform, go figure, was the OPD, the Orlando Police Department uniform when she moved to Florida 9 years later. Or wait, I should say 5 years later, but yeah. Okay, Strawberry followed up with why do some not dream or can't recall their dreams? This usually happens when a soul is doing so much work in their dream state that it's too much to contain and remember. Now, there is certain crystals that you can have around you that will help you recall dreams, but it's not going to be in like an overload like most people. And that might be because your soul is kind of tapering into learning. So it's taking its time with its learning. So it's gradually taking bits here and there back with it. Now, you might not think you're recalling things, but your soul is, and that's all that matters, basically, in the end of it. And Angela Black had asked the same thing. So I hope Angela Black and Strawberry gets their answer with that. So, okay, we are 7 minutes in, or 7 minutes left to go. Okay, so Heather Chost, why do some crystals crack, not break, but crack on the inside around a person? This has to do with their energy. Your energy corresponds with a crystal. For example, I have an angelite that's very baby blue. And when I have it in a window, it's absorbing, it's changing its energy to protect the house. So it tends to come off like a light gray, and it's no longer baby blue anymore. So it's kind of sad to see that baby blue go away because it's so beautiful, and then it gets this like dingy look to it. But at least I know it's doing its job. So crystals do, I'm sorry, my nose is so itchy. Crystals do change their molecular structure based off who and what is around them. Like sometimes even a selenite, you'll see will go even like maybe there's clear parts to a selenite, and all of a sudden you'll see it go just bright white, and there's no clear anymore to it. Okay, it's almost like it filled itself up with more selenite. Okay, Tabitha Ray, what are some reasons people are not ready to hear their guides? A lot of the times it is because they are not ready to change things in their life that their spirit guides want to show them. So they're kind of stubborn, or they're comfortable and they don't want to. I think everybody is listening to their guides. They just don't want to admit to what their guides have them doing. So yeah, they don't want to move their feet, and their guides are telling them, go, go, do. So, okay, let's see. Michelle Atkins, are you able to call someone into your dreams live or past? Actually, yes, you can. If you're feeling like you miss somebody, most of the time when you dream about a loved one, it is actually them. They are visiting you. So take this time to talk to them, to get to know them in their spirit form. And when it's somebody living, this usually happens when they're going through something and they're calling to your soul for help. Now, a lot of people are going to say, well, why would I do that with an ex-boyfriend? Well, just because he's an ex-boyfriend here doesn't mean he's an ex-boyfriend soul-wise. So his soul may be calling to you for some kind of help with some learning that he's still doing here. And you might not remember everything that's said or everything you're experiencing with that soul. That's not the case. The soul knows what's learned, and the soul knows what to listen to. When it comes back to the physical, it's a whole different issue. I think a lot of people think that the soul and vessel are one, but they're really not. It's two separate entities. Like when I talk to ICU patients, I'm talking to the soul, and the body's just laying there in dreamland. Like the body's sleeping, and I'm talking to the soul that's in the dreamland soul state of deciding to stay or go. So it's the same effect, okay? It's just I'm able to talk to them in that state of mind. Whereas your soul, like you might be calling the ex in. You might think you're having dreams of them and they're doing it to you, but it's actually sometimes you're doing it to them because maybe there's some unfinished business that you need to clear up, and maybe you didn't learn what you were meant to learn. So you're asking them to come and kind of show you something. Okay. Next, Lisa Jones Veritek. What does it mean when you felt like a drop of rain fall on your arm and then go to touch it and nothing's wet? This followed by Heidi Adahide saying this happens to her a lot, but as a vibration, she thinks it's her phone, but isn't. This is spirit touching you. Sometimes it might feel like something wet dropped on you. It might feel like a bug is crawling on you. It might feel like little needle points, tapping into your skin. I know Maria, when she wants to talk to me or makes me pay attention to something, she'll do like little needle points on my shoulder blade. And sometimes it'll really, really itch. Now, Yvonne gets a lot of itching on her back. So, and that's her guides talking, or she gets like jabs in her shoulders, and that's just spirit talking to her. But it's based off of your guide and your loved ones around you, how they specifically communicate with you. They could be using tapping, they could be using poking, wet drops, bugs, anything. They will use anything to communicate with you. So just be open-minded and go, okay, that was spirit. Oh, hi, I acknowledge you. Is there something you want to tell me? Can you tell it to my mind and help me pay attention to the message? So with that said, that was our last question of the night. And tonight has been so fun. And I hope you guys continue to watch on Facebook Live on my page and the Divine Medium page. And continue watching. Guys, join YouTube. We are doing a lot of fun stuff with YouTube now. I'm doing these really cool charmed readings where I'm doing intuitive charm readings, and you can check those out. They're really fun. So join the YouTube channel, The Divine Medium Christina K, and I am looking forward to next week. We are going to talk about the Knights Templar next week. Me and Yvonne are going to sit side by side, and we're going to talk Knights Templar. Very, very cool, and I hope you guys join in at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time next Wednesday for that. It's going to be so fun. Thank you guys for joining.
Hi, welcome to Insights into Consciousness. I'm your host, Anna Olson, here on A1R Radio, the biggest, largest psychic network in the world. I am really excited today because I feel so much energy shifting around. There's a lot of planetary stuff going on, and I don't like saying the alignment of the planets because that's inaccurate, according to NASA. It's more like what's happening in space and how it affects us, the magnetic pull. I don't go into too much detail because that's boring for a lot of people. I just like to get straight to the point. There's a bunch of stuff, including the moon, in what we call Virgo. So that's going to affect everybody in certain ways. Now, I'm a Virgo, and for me, it's making me feel really powerful. I feel a lot of positive, empowering energy. I know that this is the time to start manifesting things, but it's still a time for any sign to manifest things. It's a good time to be very detailed about what you want to manifest, because if you manifest a relationship, but you don't manifest a really good, balanced, beautiful relationship, those things can be an issue. So if you get my drift, that's basically, something that you want to really put some detail into. If you would like, to attract a house, a big, beautiful house, you're going to want to attract it in the right neighborhood, and you're going to want to attract it when the market is just at the right place for you, etc. So you want to go down to the nitty-gritty last little detail when you're attracting things, especially when we're in Virgo, because every last little detail will be attracted to you. And this is where I like to really talk about sourcing things. We are very powerful beings. You are a very powerful being. I cannot reiterate this enough. I cannot say this clearly enough. We all have so much power just because we're humans with these amazing brains and these amazing abilities to create and think and to make our thoughts and our consciousness create a reality. So I would like to suggest something that's a little bit different than people are used to, and it's not something that people really usually open their minds to tonight. The power of consciousness is very, it's so amazing. If you are to Google or to look up on YouTube, cloud clearing, have you ever attempted to do cloud clearing? You might just want to look at it and see if you can do it. That is the first step in understanding just how powerful your thoughts and your mind are. And I'm not going to go too far into it tonight, but if you Google it and you YouTube it, you'll see how to do it. And if you practice, I bet you'll be able to do it. Back to personal power and Virgo. So I really want to look at what we're sourcing. What are we sourcing in our lives? First off, what is your life? That is what I'd like to look into first. That's what I've been drawn to talk about tonight, is what is it that we are doing here? What is it that we are occupying in our lives, the energy around us? We know from this practice with readings and this sort of spirituality that we have an aura. What is an aura? An aura is our electromagnetic field, some will call it. It can be our life force that it basically controls our bodies. It's like our spirit controls our bodies, and then it emanates an energy field around our bodies, because that is basically our spirit peeking through our flesh. And that's one way to look at the aura. Another way to look at it is that is the space that we occupy on this planet, and that we will occupy as well another space when we move on to the next life. What we do here and what we learn here in our bodies, we will bring with us to the next life as a code, memory code in our spirit, our aura, our electromagnetic field. Einstein just told everybody so many times that he does believe we have a spirit that goes on, because energy doesn't just stop, and we are made of electricity, we're made of energy. The cells that split before making a fetus during creation are fueled, that split is fueled by an electrical current. We know that. We don't know where it comes from yet. That is yet to be revealed, but we know that we are not only created with energy and electricity, but we are also that in and of itself. So what is it that we are doing here? Well, one of the theories, one of the ways that people look at this is we are here to create. We are here to learn to create. It's sort of like a life laboratory where we're sent here to college, life college, and we're here to learn and grow and figure some things out on our own. So that's experientially the best way to learn. Can you think of a better way to learn other than experientially? We could, as a spirit, have like looked at a little screen and watch somebody else live their life and yada, yada, yada. Okay, well, I watched them do it, so now I know how it is. Yeah, not exactly. That's like watching TV and saying you know exactly what that person's life on the screen because you were watching. Not really. We need to be able to learn these things in an experiential way, feeling all these feelings, controlling this body, trying to figure out how to figure out what our emotions are about, why we're having them, how to control them, all these different things that life entails. So, I just want to go over that we are always sourcing something with our thoughts. So our head is like an antenna. Our head is like the top of an antenna, like the little ball at the top of an antenna. And that the antenna is our nervous system, our spine, all the way down to our tailbone. And we always talk about the chakras and all of that in the spine and the nervous system. It is has its own pulse, separate from your heart. We know that neurosurgeons know that. And that's because it's an antenna. It's its own system with its own fluids and everything. So when we are having a thought about what we want to create and we're making it really positive, science says, just like common sense and logic says, that is what we will create. When people are in a bad mood, they can even other people can feel it. So, it's about shifting. It's about no matter how your day is going to just shift and to not align with anybody else's bad energy. What if they're a great person and they're just having a bad day? Why let it go down into something that's horrible and makes your day horrible or your week horrible or your kids or your family's day horrible because it rubs off on them once you let it get you down. So it's about really taking control and understanding that we are creators of our own reality. We are creators of our own dream, which is also how not Eckhart Tolle, Don Miguel Ruiz, who wrote the Four Agreements, he calls it our dream. We all have our own dream, which is our life, and they're all different. They're all unique. So we get to control our space with our energy, with our thoughts. Okay, so then also, I wanted to really look at how some of the people who, I don't want to get too materialistic here because that's not what's important, but the people who have really sourced a lot of success in their life, whatever that means to them. There was a point in my life where I just wanted to stay home with my children. I didn't want to have to go to work full time. I didn't want to have to leave them, especially with, the situation that they were in at the time. And that was my main goal, was to be able to stay home with my children at least a majority or a good amount of the time. I wanted to be there for them. And, that was my goal. That was my ultimate success. And, somebody else may have looked at that and said, oh, well, you're at home with kids all day. And that's not what I would think would be successful. I would think you should be driving this car and you should have this house. And no, that wasn't what was important to me. My goal was to be able to stay home with my kids and just make sure we all have exactly what we need and nothing, not a whole lot more than that. That was my goal, just healthy food and a happy family. So if that's not somebody else's goal, that's okay. But that was the reality that I pulled into my life and that I sourced for me. And did I source that? Yes. And did I do a vision board? Yes. And I've made, I think, 5 vision boards now where you make goals, you put a bunch of pictures and words on this board and you make it happen. So now I've gone through, I think, 5 vision boards, and it just keeps getting more and more detailed and bigger. And so I just want to share with other people how we make that happen. We are powerful beings. You put your mind to it, you think about it regularly, you make it on the love and above scale. You think about it in a loving, peaceful way, it's going to be that way. So I also want to bring in the fact that we have revelatory synchronicities. Revelatory synchronicities, what is that? That is let's say you ask a question. Some people pray and they ask, say you're praying about something and you're asking for a specific blessing, because we all have this abundance of blessings that we get to receive, but we need to ask for it and also work for it on our own. It's not usually just handed to us. So basically what we look at is, okay, so what is a revelatory synchronicity? A revelatory synchronicity is you ask for something and you are either shown a sign that it's coming, or it could just be that you are seeing signs to a lesson you need to learn. Some people just want to know, hey, God, are you real? Okay, well, this is one way that he will make himself known while still remaining anonymous. And that is a revelatory synchronicity. So I teach this to a lot of the people I do readings on and a lot of my coaching clients, the people that I work with, that we watch for signs. So for instance, if you want to really get a message from the universe, it will be revealed in different ways. One of the ways that I've had this happen is through lotus flowers. And I am such a skeptic. It's funny because I'm a psychic medium, but I am such a skeptic that that makes my practice better, and it makes me better, to be honest. But whenever I have done basically like a question, or I want to sign on something, I will ask the universe, and it will usually come through in a way that I almost am in disbelief at how clear it was. I almost am like, okay, this is so obvious that this is what just happened, that there's no way I can deny it, because I am such a skeptic. So without going into too much detail, because some of them are very personal, lotus flowers was one of them. And those were a sign of my dad who had passed. So I definitely wanted to know, is my dad okay? Does he still see me? This was, years back, but I was represented, the lotus flower was represented to me as a sign of my father. So as I went through my days, I started noticing that lotus flowers were coming through in so many ways that it was unbelievable. Somebody I knew right off the bat, got a tattoo of a lotus flower. And then I was at work and I got the message that there was a lotus flower for somebody that I was doing a reading on. And lo and behold, they pull out a necklace on their neck that was a lotus flower design. It was just one thing after the other at the least expected time. And I wasn't making it happen. It was obviously being delivered to me. And that's how I knew. And there were other things too that had happened. So there are many other signs that I have. This is a small example that you get these revelatory synchronicities, or somebody calls you at just the right time. So, I've had many times when the right person just happened to knock on my door. I have best friends right now whom literally just walked up to me or showed up at my front door and said, hi, I just wanted to, I didn't even know them before this. And they were just like, I just needed to come by and say hi. And I wanted to talk to you about this. And I mean, I've literally had people show up at my door and they were answers to prayers, or they were answers to the questions that I had at the time. People showing up at my door, revelatory synchronicities, talking about the things that we're deep in our hearts without even knowing each other. Revelatory synchronicity. These are the fruits of the Spirit. These are fruits of Spirit. These are the things that you watch out for, that you look for. When it happens, you accept it, you believe it, and you ask for another one. You ask for another sign, and it happens. I have so many days just full of these instances now, that life for me with these revelatory synchronicities, I feel like I'm getting so much more close to Spirit, and I feel angels, the angel realm. I feel that I'm getting closer and closer to Christ consciousness every single day through these revelatory synchronicities, because that's my focus. That's what I focus on. And this is what I pray about every day. So when we realize our own power and what we can create in our own lives and what we want, instead of asking for it or wishing for it, just hoping for it, we start to realize that we can make it happen, not just with what we do, but with how we think and what we attract to us in the interim. And that it doesn't happen overnight, but it does happen if we can consistently, powerfully, faithfully believe in the things, the fruits of the Spirit, keep going, keep asking, just keep going, keep going, keep going. Do not lose hope. Understand that this is a process of believing, having faith, going with what you just got, following that, seeing what else you get. So with that, again, I want to remind you that this frequency should be love and above. When we are on the frequency of love and above, we want to get to a joyous frequency when we can feel joy. Most people don't feel joy all the time. It can be kind of a rare thing in this dimension, this life. But when people are really feeling joy, when they're sourcing these things that they want, then that's what these things, when they get these things, they will have a joyous air about them. So these things can show up in all these different ways. There are people whom I've talked to who talk about, my friend, she sent me a gift because I was having a rough time just at the right time. She opens the box and she could smell the smell of roses. And she asked her friend, did you put like a rose scent in the box? Because when I opened it, it smelled like roses. And her friend said, well, no, I actually didn't have roses anywhere around. But what I was thinking about at the time was, I wish that I could send her a big bouquet of roses, but I can't really afford it right now because the ones that she wanted to send were like, I don't know, $170 or something. So, I mean, if you think about the intention, it's what's important, and the intention that we have, give yourself some credit. Don't say, oh, I couldn't do that. You don't tell yourself, no, there's no way that'll happen. It's more about saying, how can I make this happen? What do I have to do to source this? How can I be the creator of what I want in my life, and to follow through with that instead of trying to look at the doubt or the, well, what if, none of that. It's about making a choice to source things in our lives. So, our personal power, I believe that we are gods in training. That's my own belief. I feel like there was a brainwashing of the people over the years. I wouldn't even say through religion. I would say through specific churches, certain people with interesting intentions. They were on their own life path, but there were too many people with a herd mentality. And they begin to say things like, oh, well, that must be evil. Or, oh, well, I'm not really familiar with this, so it must be of the devil, or it must be of, something really bad, just because somebody at their church told them that. Or, I would say go with your own discernment. What do you feel for yourself in your own experience? I really like to go for facts and even scientific base research, or just your own revelatory synchronicities where you know that it's aligned with love, when you've had conversations with the divine, with whatever, deity that you want to say that is. Everybody believes differently. Everyone believes differently, and that's okay. We don't have to separate ourselves out into good and bad. As a matter of fact, a lot of the research that we have in psychology, this is something that's practiced professionally in hospitals across the nation. And it's a fact that scientists do look for people splitting good and bad. People who a lot of the time when they're mentally ill or they're having some emotional problems or issues in their personal relationships, they split, meaning they can't say, oh, this person is good and bad. This person is good or this person is just bad. They can't see any sort of midway. They're kind of splitting somebody, or they're saying one day, oh, this person's good, and the next day, because they didn't do everything they liked, they'll say, oh, now this person's bad to me. They can't look at a person as a whole entity of good and bad combined, because nobody's perfect and everybody has something good in them. So it's actually a mentality of brainwashing in some of either the churches. I wouldn't even say religion, because religions, I think, are usually pretty darn good. Most are. And I think that there's more of a culture of people in a lot of the churches or, these congregations where they begin to tell people what to believe. They begin to tell people that they can't do certain things, they can't go certain places, that they are basically not able to think for themselves or experience it for themselves. And when they do that, they are telling them how to think. If somebody is telling you how to think or telling you how to live without you gaining that experience for yourself, and without you really putting that together on your own as your own personal belief through experience, then what happens is we're getting into cultism and brainwashing. That's why most of the psychologists or the people that I know who do therapy, they are so open to different belief systems. They have researched this. They understand it very well because they have researched the brain. They have researched human behavior, sociology, the things that make people tick. And they also do work with spirituality, but they're supposed to stay very, very neutral, but they hear about it all of the time in their practices. So I really just respect all of the psychology. I think that spirituality and the study of the brain are so very closely connected. So I think that what happens is people try to say, like, for instance, somebody who does readings, they're all bad. Somebody who deals with, tarot cards or whatever, they're all bad. They must all be evil. They must, and I think that the warning originally was to protect people in a church congregation or setting, probably because some people were having some bad experiences, because there are those out there who take advantage of people. There are good and evil no matter where you go. We go to a church, there's going to be good and evil people. We know that from lawsuits that are worldwide. In certain religions, there are definitely some issues that we've had with people who have been, a victim with abuse as children and things like that. And then they become mad at God, and that's not okay. So, we want to really look at our own experience, what we believe in and of our, own life experience. What do you believe? What do you think? What did you experience? Who are you drawn to? Can you be drawn to somebody who will give you a reading that's in the highest and greater good, whatever it is that you align with, and it's less about trying to make an opinion about someone else's religion or spirituality or preachy, because I can't preach to someone else who basically I have no idea what their life experience has been like. I haven't lived in their skin. I haven't lived in their body. That's impossible for me to tell them that what they're doing is good or bad unless, it's obviously I've witnessed it obviously causing human suffering. That I feel is the only exception. And of course, we can say something, but if you're just telling somebody that they shouldn't do angel oracle readings, okay. I'd be really careful about the people who say hands down this is, false, or readings are false, or the anything where people are trusting their own intuition, or that people are looking for their own journey, their own path as they see fit. And of course, we are compatible with people that align with where we are in our spiritual development. That's how we work. That's how, we attune to others and connect with others. So in addition, we connect with those who will give us the highest learning possible. So I just really feel like we need to be careful about telling other people that they're getting a reading and they're bad, or they're doing readings and that means that they're hands down, they're just bad people, or it's evil, or it's a bad entity or whatnot. And to try it for yourself, to experience these things for yourself with the good readers. Love and light is across the board from spirit. It is something that is universal, and it breaks all barriers of religion, race, ethnicity, male, female, masculine, feminine energy. It is just good, and it is for the highest and greater good. It doesn't discern against a race or a skin color. It doesn't. It's not racist. It's not sexist. It's not against any specific religion or person. It's all enveloping. It's all loving, and it's all kind. So I want to just warn that there are people who believe that readings are, all bad. And I would align with the fact that some are. Some people do take advantage of others. And the goal is to figure out how you feel and to discern in your own time with your own opinions, not with what someone told you, not with what someone suggested to you, or even their body language, or, just or ignoring or leaving people out, or that sort of thing. So the highest and greater good, it comes through at just the right time. It is very loving. It is very peaceful. That's how it feels. It is not angry. It is not judgmental. It is not wagging the finger at someone else. It just isn't. That is a negative energy of shaming, which is probably the worst of all of the negative, even under anger and hate. So I just want to leave that with you tonight. Thank you so much for watching. I am hoping that if you're watching tonight and you have any questions, you'll get a hold of me. You can reach me at my website. It's on the bottom of the screen, AnnaOlsenIntuitive.com. That's AnnaOlsenIntuitive.com, ANNAOLSEN, intuitive.com. And there will be a contact page there and a little bit of information about me and what I do. So I have had a good time tonight just talking about sourcing. Remember that you're in your own space. You have your own practice energy in your own space. It's your space. It's not for anyone else to dictate or decide for you, and to use your own discernment and your own judgment on exactly what it is that you believe and what you experientially know for yourself. So have a great night, and I will see you next week here on A1R. I'm Anna Olsen, and I will see you later.
Hello and welcome to the show. This is Soulstar Radio. I'm Jacqueline Closemore, your host, and we're on A1R Psychic Radio and also Moonstruck TV, coming through to you live around the globe and broadcast through the US. Now, I'm joined today by a very lovely lady. I connected with her recently on the show. She called in for a reading, and she herself is actually a reader and also a spiritual coach, and based in Australia and also travelling at the moment. And we've got live with us, of course, Liz Atherton. So welcome to the show, Liz.
Hi, thank you.
Very good to have you. So tell us a bit about your spiritual journey. Sort of how did that start? What sort of got you going?
Well, basically, my dad passed when I was 24, and before he passed, I actually asked him to connect in with me after he passed over, and I had a lot of experience with that. And then my mum died when I was 32, and I went, I'm going to do something about this. I need to, have connection with, my two parents, and went and did a psychic development course, and they said I was a full-blown medium. So, I stuck with that and just started reading. They taught me how to read and pull through spirit, which I was already doing, just describing a lot of passed over loved ones. And then I went down the journey, sort of 20-something years later, and I've been trying to help people with connecting with their own sort of soul and their own process. And a lot of the readings that I do is very much about getting their mind out of the way. And so is the coaching programs that I've put together as well in the books. They're all sort of set around trying to help people connect in with the psychology of their mind, as well as how the soul speaks, so they can differentiate between the two.
Yeah, it is a big difference as well, because sometimes people will think something's in their mind that's actually spirit coming through, and sometimes people think spirit's coming through and it's actually their mind. And it can be a real minefield. And I actually have a number of really aware clients, but I have one client that, she's gone to a number of gurus, let's put it that way. And and it's like, but how do I have a direct communication with God? And I'm like, okay. And there's a very blocked energy there. And I find that with the mind, if someone's purely in the intellect, that's where they can lose that ability or not have that ability to connect with spirit, because they literally the head's in the way.
Yes, but I teach how to get that head out of the way. So it's about being able to define how the voice speaks of the soul versus the egocentric voice. So it's about learning how your ego works and, what it's trying to protect, and being able to get through that process of the levels of emotions of what we've been through, and what our coping mechanisms are, where our damage is, and how we need to heal over traumas so that we're not in powerless positions repeating the same patterns. And when we can see ourselves starting to repeat those patterns, it's about getting into that level, but being able to hear when the soul's actually trying to push you past these patterns. So when the soul speaks, like all the readings I do, it confirms what people already know, but it gives them this sort of solidarity that, oh, yes, that's the path I've got to take. It's not a process of battling out the soul versus the ego. And so, the two monkeys, or the devil and the angel, that you've got going on. And one's very much the human mind and the human psychology trying to control life, where the soul's trying to drive it in a different level. And, it creates a lot of anxiety and fear and a lot of depression when the two of them really start to separate out. And what I've learned through the process of, coaching and mediumship is how that process works. And I've been really supported by Spirit to do that.
Yeah, no, that's a beautiful thing. And it's certainly a good thing, because, some people will get stuck in that mind lock. And I find a lot that fear does get in the way with people, but also if they've got a very fixed mindset, which is what you're explaining, you're helping them break through. So that's really good stuff. And so with your work, you also do the coaching side of it in that. And with your books, you sort of got that emphasis of bringing people out as well. What do you think out of the book, like you've written a few books here by the sound of it, what's your most favourite book and the message of it, I guess?
So my first book was called Mind Chatter That Matters. So it explains on a very basic level, because it is very basic stuff, that we need to get back to the basics, which is what we all know. When when I wrote that book, I channeled a lot of the information. I already knew the information, but I had to put it together in a way that people would be able to get the concept. And I had to explain the psychology side of how the mind is broken up, which is taught in universities through, like, you know, the principles of Freud and Jung. And then I brought in how the soul speaks and how to identify the soul's, you know, work and the purpose of the ego versus the purpose of the soul. And a lot of people go, oh my God, you know, you just explain it so easily. And it is so basic, but it's trying to work out what voice is what. Once we learn the agenda of each voice, and then we go through the coaching, so I get help to show where, you know, say someone's had trauma at 14 and it's holding them up in a certain area, the spirit will show me that they've got that particular, you know, damage in there, and we'll talk about it. And then that helps them open up, because sometimes there's a lot of hidden agenda that our egos want to protect that stuff so nobody can get in there and hurt again.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely. And I sort of find with people, I can name the age at which something like that happened. Do you find you do that as well?
Yes.
Yeah. It's a really deep kind of level of work you're doing there. Now, we've also got a caller, so we might bring them in. We've got Claudia in Springville, Utah. Are you there, Claudia?
I am. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to the show. It's beautiful to have you here. It just feels like a journey of selfhood going on as well there. But I might get you to chat also with our special guest, Liz Atherton, who can do a reading and a bit of spiritual coaching for you. So go ahead there, Liz.
Hi, Claudia. How are you?
Hi. Oh, I'm good. I'm a little nervous, but I'm good.
Okay. I'm sort of looking at your energy. You're very loving and very giving. Like, I feel that you it can express and articulate very well. You have been around people that don't always hear and get your communication. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, yes.
Okay, I feel that you're a very good soul, like you're very much putting yourself out for a lot of people and wanting to, and that might sound very general, but I feel that you come from a really strong heart sense with this, and I feel that you do go that extra mile for people, and you're coming across as a very sort of loving, guiding, sort of like very supportive to a lot of people. Now, I'm just going to have a look if I've got someone in spirit for you. Hang on for 1 sec. I do have a lady and I've got a man. Have you lost a parent at all, doll? Like, I feel that this lady's very much a motherly, she's got a motherly instinct to her.
Yes.
And I feel that when I say motherly, I feel very... or would have walked over broken glass for her family, very connected.
Oh, okay. I'm having a hard time hearing you, but did you say there is a woman that's like a motherly?
Yes, but very, very much a family lady, very, would go the extra mile for everybody.
Yes.
And I feel that she was sort of quite sick on the chest before she's passed as well. Does that make sense? Like struggling to breathe and pain in the chest.
Yes.
And was this lady sort of in her 70s, early 80s when she passed as well?
The early what?
In her 70s, early 80s when she's passed.
Yeah, around that.
Pardon?
Could I ask a question that is on my mind?
Of course you can.
Okay. I thought I felt my mom's death because it seems like sometimes I do. I've had, I want to know where she is.
So I feel that this lady's very present in your life and very much, she would have been good at, not always good at communicating her love, but would be always very present around you. Does that make sense? Like she would be there for you through thick and thin. And like I had a mum like that. She was just constantly there. You know that you could call on her. And I feel this lady's in spirit still like this around you. And I'm just being shown like an older style weatherboard home that's got a lot of white on the outside. And I feel that she's trying to confirm, I'm not sure if this is your home or whether this is the home that she used to live in, but I feel that she's very much a homebody and would be very house proud as well. And this lady's sort of trying to come through to sort of just acknowledge that she's around you. And she's also sort of showing me, do you understand what I mean? But that she's trying to show me that there's times where, you know, you feel like you, I wouldn't say it's loneliness, but you feel sometimes alone.
Yeah, well, you know, I have a lot of guilt.
Okay. But this lady's sort of not coming through.
Because the people you are describing, it could be either two people. And I've recently lost my mom and my mother-in-law, and they were both very important in my life.
Yeah.
The guilt, because I don't know if I could have done more to keep her here.
No,
you have no control over that, Dal. They go when they're meant to go. And it doesn't matter what contribution you have, they leave when they've got to leave. So you're not, and they don't want, let me tell you the experience I've had with spirit, they don't want you here suffering with negative human emotions. They exit when their plan is to exit. That's their signed agreement prior to even coming down here. You have no control.
Okay.
Have input on that. And this is where, you know, this is our controlling nature that we try to have as a human.
All right. I'm still just waiting for any sign, you know, that she's okay, because I don't think in the beginning my mother was okay.
In the beginning of passing, do you mean?
Yeah. Yeah, because I think she was very angry that it wasn't her time. And
on a human level, we do feel like that, because we feel like we've had something taken away from us. But when we go into spirit, we don't have the negative emotions that are attached to our human side. So we go with, I've never had a bad experience with spirit, not haunting, nothing, and I do house clearings and everything. What we do is we perceive that they've got all the negative experiences still, but they go through healing to release all of those. You see, so when they go in, so I'm saying she's just showing me that she's gone to spirit and there's been a man waiting at the gate for her.
Okay, yeah, yeah.
Did you have a man with he was sort of fairly thick in the neck and sort of, when I say an older gentleman, he would have been quite good looking when he was young.
Yes, you could say that.
Yeah, and he would have pulled the women in, you know. And I feel a man of good, a really good quality man, you know, the good old-fashioned gentleman, very much the home family man as well. But I feel I wouldn't like to get on the wrong side of him. You know, if you did wrong by the family, hell have no fury.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I'm seeing the same things as you are there, Liz. Absolutely seeing the same things, from the short blonde hair of the woman and how dapper he is. And as he gets older, I'm actually seeing a little bit of a back there. Still good looking, but it's like he hunches over a tiny bit there. But he's a very good man. So thank you there, Claudia, for your call. Bang on accurate there, Liz. I was picking up a lot of the same things, so I didn't bother answering. We've got there Becky in St. Louis, Missouri. Are you there, Becky?
Yes, I am.
Thank you so much for calling in. It's beautiful to hear from you. It's like I get the Little Ray of Sunshine song going in my head here. So it's like having to kind of bust through the clouds to get the sunshine, and there's a lot of good energy in what you're doing there. And so we've got a special guest here, Liz Atherton, who's travelling, and she's based in Australia, but she's on the line there for you, Becky, if you'd like to go ahead.
Okay.
Hi, Becky.
Hi there. Thanks for
Well,
calling.
you've got really high energy. You've got a lot of energy in your vibrancy, but physical energy as well. I'm picking up on you. Like you're a woman that can do whatever you need to do and get it done. Like if anyone needs anything done, it's sort of ask Becky and she'll get it done for you. Does that make sense?
Yes. I'm the kind of person who helps everybody, even their own expense.
Yes. Yep. But I think you're still capable of taking on more than 10 things at once. Like you've got a very peripheral mind, and I think anything that needs to be done you can accomplish. You've got a very goal-orientated energy as well, and I feel that peripheral energy is very driven to success. It's not a energy that will sit back and let everyone else do it, around you. So you will take the bull by the horns and plough through whatever you want. I feel really good energy over the next sort of 6 months for you as well. It is about asking for what you want and pushing through the boundaries. Don't let people say no to you. I feel very much that you have to ask 1,000 different ways to get what you want. So you're not to sort of let anybody put the boundaries around your belief systems and say no to you. Sort of like, okay, no for that way for you, but I need to still do this. Don't let this hold up or hold you up, I mean. And I feel very much head down, bottom up, and focus on what it is that you want.
Like right on. That's how I am. I just have to do what I feel like I need to do. And
absolutely. Yeah, you are really a go-getter in that positive sort of sense. And sometimes it can be a real kind of energy there of having to kind of step back and say, all right, well, what am I doing for me now? I was getting these Mexican jumping beans as Liz was speaking.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
And it's a real high vibe, high energy. So, that's a really good thing. Was there any question you wanted to ask Liz there, Becky?
Yes, I'm newly pregnant. I just found out.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I'm just hoping I carry through. I'm an older mom. I'll be an older mom,
yes.
And this is my first ever pregnancy.
Okay, 37 at the moment.
I'm sorry?
No, I'm picking up 37. Are you 37 at the moment? Or is that when you're due to have this baby?
I don't know. I haven't even, I don't have my first prenatal until next week. And
right.
I'm 44.
44, okay. Have you been trying to have children since you're 37? And I feel that there's been a child around you. Probably, okay. So I feel that there's been a child that's been around you for those years trying to come through. I am getting a little girl energy. She's got a very a different way of looking at things. She's going to push boundaries for you to make you slow down. Because you are a bit of a go-getter. She's going to want a fair bit of attention. She's very bonded to you. I feel that this little girl is going to teach you more about relationships and love and connection than what you've had before. And I don't mean that in a negative way, that your experience has just been negative, but she's going to sort of open your heart in a different way. And this little girl's very connected to you. I feel that you've done many lifetimes with her. You'll have very much the sister relationship with her when she gets older. She won't be like a daughter to you. I do feel she'll be very looking up to you all the time and inspired by who you are and then wanting to follow in your tracks. I don't know why, but I'm picking up a lot of business energy around you. I do feel that at some stage you'll be driving, if you're not doing it already, you will be driving your own business, and you're very much the counsellor as well. So you're very much the healer and moving people through and giving that support. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, it does.
I have a friend staying with me right now who's going through a hard time, and I'm always here for my friends.
Yeah, look, you're doing really well too. So don't be afraid to go down this road. I feel that after you've had this child, it's really going to help you connect in with mothers who are disconnected from their children as well. And I feel that you'll be able to do some work with people in a long-term role here. All right. So, and, you know, you're going to use this beautiful loving energy and the can-do attitude and, you know, the bull in the china shop mentality together to be able to bring, you know, a lot of sort of connection between mothers and children. You know, the mothers that are sort of struggling with being new mums.
That sounds pretty cool. Wow.
Yeah, so, you know, I think this will happen after your child's born. So I think this is where this little girl's going to come through. I am seeing her as a girl, not as a boy. She's got a lot of feminine energy. So, but she's very soft. Okay, so she's going to need, you know, she'll be a bit of a leg hugger when you're trying to walk around. She's a beautiful soul, a really beautiful soul.
I'm so excited.
You will have this baby. I do see this baby coming through. And I also feel like something else I'm just picking up. Prior to this pregnancy, it's almost like the relationship hasn't quite been ready, but now it is. So the timing wasn't right.
Yeah, absolutely. I would totally agree with that one.
And it's right now. So you've not to worry about losing this child. This child will come through.
That is amazing. I'm so happy to hear this. Thank you so much.
Yeah, look, and you know, yeah, I don't know why, but I'm picking up dark hair on the child as well. But I feel that there's light hair through the family, so I do feel that she may well lighten as she gets older. So you know how most people come through with blonde hair and they go dark with darker hair, and she'll get more gold streaks through it rather than be the brunette.
Interesting. Yeah, my husband has dark hair, and I was born with a little bit of light hair. And it does run back through my family now that I think about it.
Okay. So there's some genes that are being shown to me. And who's got the really long thighs as well? Because I feel that she'll come through quite tall, like with long thighs. So there's a bit more genetics there for you.
And I just also wondered, is my father around?
Is this the man that's sort of quite, I wouldn't say he's stern, he's loving, but he's firm. Does that make sense?
Yes, that's my dad.
I feel very much, I don't know why, but I'm picking up sort of a military sort of personality as well. Like he's got that sort of very refined quality about him. He would have done really well in the military if he's not in the military. He's not showing me that, but it's showing me the personality of that.
That's my grandpa.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
So this is the man.
Oh, wow.
And I feel this man is very much a loving man, but you wouldn't want to get on the wrong side of him.
Exactly.
You, and like if you were disrespectful to anyone in his family, he'd have that person up against the wall and in the corner, and verbally as well. He would nail them.
He wasn't going to have it. Yep.
No,
that's my grandpa.
And I feel this man is, when I say of high standing, that's his sort of quality of personality. You know, treat others as, you know, you expect to be treated.
Yep. That's
okay.
Pretty much.
And I feel his passing was actually quite, when I say enduring, he had to go through a fair bit to pass over. You know, it was long standing. Like I feel that he had ill health for a while and then he passed.
Yes, he did. He lived with us when I was a little girl, and he deteriorated and then he passed away.
Yeah.
It kind of hard.
Now, what's your dad's name, darling? I'll have a quick look for him. I'll just see if I can call him through by name. What's your dad's name?
Fred. My what?
Your father's name?
My father, James.
Yeah, James.
Yeah.
Okay, was he a bit of a character, like had a funny sense of humour?
Very much so.
Yep, and I feel like he could get away with whatever he wanted to say regardless of how he put it. He's one of those guys that had a really good way with words, so he could get away with blue murder or get away with saying the most obvious thing in a funny way. And I feel very much the Joker in the sense, a sensitive man, but not sort of one to wear his heart on his sleeve every day, all day. But I feel very much that he's a very loving man and would stand by you through thick and thin. He's also asking you to stay well open for a second child after this one as well, Dale.
Really?
Beautiful. There you go. Absolutely fantastic. Wow. We've run out of time. It's been wonderful having you on there, Liz, and also for connecting to us there, Becky, and our other caller as well. Thank you, everyone, for watching. We're going to be back live next week. I'll be coming to you live from Cryle Castle in Australia in medieval attire. In the meantime, may you stay happy. Keep tuning into A1R Radio, and you'll have more shows after this break. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Hi, I'm Faye, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now, back to A1R on the air, Psychic Talk Radio, now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Your Time to Shine, a radio show designed to help you explore your own divine gifts. How's everyone doing this evening? We are on the cusp of another super moon, and I just have to say that I have never really realized the effects the moon has on me. And I'm telling you, in this last year, I have really noticed the effects of how intense the energy is. And, you know, I find myself a little grumpy sometimes, or sometimes I'm just super excited. And every time I go to check into some of my favorite websites and look into what's going on, I'm like, oh, yes, another super moon. So everyone, hold on to your hats. It's going to be another real big energy pushing us out of the month of August and into the month of September with big ideals, and it's pushing us harder and harder forward movement into what it is that we are supposed to be doing in this lifetime and achieving that and making that happen. So take great care of yourselves. Listen to that inner voice that you have. If it's saying that you need a little bit more rest, do that. If you need to get up and move about, do that too. But whatever you do, just take care of you and know that it will too pass. So tonight, I wanted to talk a little bit about not the importance, but how prayer can actually change people's lives. Now, I did not grow up in a religious family. Of course, I was neither, atheist nor I was a believer. We didn't go to church. So I wasn't raised on that kind of a level of praying all the time. But as I have gotten into my mediumship, and now as I'm entering into my master's classes, really, really learning the benefits of prayer. And when prayer is used in community, it makes a huge impact on people and lives. And I never really knew how impactful that could be until the other day, I had an experience with it. And my sister-in-law had called, and actually she had texted me and said, "Oh my gosh, I'm taking my cat in. He's not doing well. I think this is it. Will you please send a prayer out for him?" So of course I immediately did that. I sent my angels, I sent my guides, and I said, please help in the transition and help with the ease and the pain of what they might be going through. And she evidently had asked her Reiki circle of women as well to say a prayer. And none of us were praying for the life or the longevity of this animal. We were just asking for the ease in the transition and the ease and the hurt that my sister-in-law would be feeling after it was all over. And lo and behold, the vet came into the room. My sister-in-law had signed all the papers. They were going to go ahead and put him to sleep. And the cat literally started rolling on the floor and doing cartwheels and jumping up into the highest points of the exam room. And my sister-in-law and the vet were just sitting there in pure amazement. And as the vet said, this is not the same cat I saw less than a week ago. So, and it's been 3 weeks and the cat is still doing miraculously well. And we don't know if this is just going to last for a little bit longer, or if the cat's going to go on living for a few months, another year. Really hard to tell. But the point is, the power of prayer is it's just so huge. And that was what really set it for me, is to actually see it. You hear about it in stories all the time, but to actually be the one to experience it is a whole different thing. It's on a whole different level. I can't even begin to tell you what that felt like. I mean, I was in shock, in amazement, but on the other hand, I was like, oh, well, yeah, absolutely. I believe in all of that at the same time. So, do not be afraid to put your prayers out there. Even if you're not the religious person, you don't have to go to church and read the Bible every day or practice Buddhism every day in order to be that prayerful person. We all come from the same source of light, the same source of one. And that prayerfulness is so powerful, especially when you group people together and focusing on the same prayer, the same intention. That energy, that powerful energy, goes out into the universe and starts changing lives immediately. And it calls out to the heavens, it calls out to spirit, angels, guides, loved ones to say, please help with this situation. Please give guidance. Please give comfort to those who need it the most. And you will be amazed and surprised yourself at the reaction and what you get from that. So again, it was amazing. It was powerful. And I encourage all of you to take the time to sit in prayer and to be thankful and for anything in your life that you have or that you might need help with. And then when you combine it with others, don't feel afraid to reach out to friends and family and say, hey, send a prayer out to me for this or that. And you'll be amazed at what can happen with that. So just fantastic, amazing things. So The next fantastic and amazing thing is we're going to go to the phone lines and see who we have tonight. Jessica in Texas. Hello, good evening.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing good.
Good. Well, what can we help you with tonight?
I have been struggling a lot here lately because about 10 years ago, I had a very bad accident where the guy I was with literally beat me senseless until I had a miscarriage from him, his baby. And I guess I've been struggling with it because it's like, I feel like I don't know if my child's okay, if he blames me for it, or any of that. It's like because I just kind of hid the pregnancy, hid the miscarriage, and didn't tell anyone, and literally buried my son without anyone telling anyone. And I felt so, I guess, ashamed about it. That's just like been eating at me my whole life now, that this child's probably going to regret everything I just did.
Right. So, let me be the first one to tell you that what happened was not your fault. That was not something that you physically asked for, and nobody can blame you for that situation. It's really interesting because as I was sitting here before the show, I was getting messages coming in, and I was told it's going to be for your female caller who calls in tonight. You have so many angels around you. They are surrounding you. They are loving you. They are guiding you. And that child that you had is also there with you. And that child wants you to know that, I'm trying to see if it was what gender, if they're going to reveal to me what gender it was. Hang on just a moment. Okay, so I'm being told that it was a boy.
Yes, it was.
So he's saying that he does not blame you whatsoever. He said it was not the right time for him. As much as you wanted him to come into this world and be there with you, the timing was not right. He is a more powerful force for you, believe it or not, on the other side than he ever would have been here in this life. And I know that sounds really odd and it's really hard to believe, but just know that he is there with you every single day, and he's guiding you through everything that you go through day in and day out.
Yes, because that's how I dream. He repeating about my grandmother sitting in a rocking chair holding this little boy. And I was like, is that just a sign saying he's okay? Because the dream keeps happening every single night since after I had my other kids. And it was the same dream. And I was like, I don't have a little boy. I had a girl. What are you talking about? And just over and over again of her sitting in a rocking chair with him.
Right. She's on the other side. She's with him, taking care of him, guiding him. But that is so a lot of times dreams are the easiest place for our loved ones to get in connection with us, because our ego is asleep, right? So they are able to get to us much easier and bring messages through, and often they're in dreams. And so this one is just to let you know that everything is okay. I mean, everything is just fine. They are fine and they're doing fine, and they want you to know that. And they don't want you to worry worry about anything. That everything is so well orchestrated and is taken care of. So, I mean, when you think of that dream, it makes you, when you see an image of a grandmother or even a mother rocking a child, it's very soothing. It's very loving, right? So that's what they're trying to emulate to you, is that everything coming through is very loving and very comforting, and that you shouldn't worry.
Okay.
They're also saying that you've carried on this burden and this heaviness for so long, and they say it's time for you to release that and let that go, because it's not yours to carry anymore.
I have carried it a lot, and I mean, to this day, it's, around that time, it's like, who would he be? Would he be, would I be here where I am today if he was still here? Just all these different questions. And I have carried that a lot. Even my husband, now that I'm married, he's like, I know you'll never get your first child, but it has been a burden, a big burden, just because my family don't really talk to me. So it's like, I didn't know how to cope with it.
Right. And they're saying that this burden, they're just, in fact, your son is just, he's really pleading with you at this point and saying, please let it go. Because it's okay. He is okay. You have become a magnificent mom, he says. He can see how you are with your other children, and he's so proud of you, and he's so happy. And he says that you just really don't need to carry this anymore. It doesn't serve you. It doesn't serve your family. And so whatever that looks like for you, whatever you need to do to release that and to heal, I don't know if going to see a counselor would help with that. Doing some healing energy work with an energy healer would also help release that energy, because I feel like it's a dark, it's like dark heaviness energetically within your body, and you're just carrying that around. It's like having a big brick on your back, and you're just carrying it and trudging through life. And you have so many wonderful, wonderful people around you and so many great things in your life, that if you can release this, you're going to see how great things can be.
Okay.
Yeah, they're saying the guilt that you hold is not yours. You're holding it for so many people and so many things, that really and truly, when you stop and think about it, it's really not all of yours. You're an empathic soul. You're an empathic soul. So just by nature, you carry on other people's emotions, feelings.
Yes, that is true. Everyone always comes to me for advice, always comes to me for counseling. It's just how it is.
Yeah. So here's a little trick that will help you a little bit. Okay, so when you're feeling heavy, or you're thinking, gosh, there's nothing wrong, nothing has happened, I shouldn't be feeling just frustrated or down or whatever, ask yourself and ask the universe, who am I feeling? And if you feel kind of this lightness in your body, it's not yours. So then you simply say, return to sender, thank you. Because what that will do is send that energy back to where it came from.
But I understand what you're saying there, because I do feel that. There's so many times I just feel so like out of whack, like it's just crazy. 1 minute I'll be happy and doing, and the next minute I'm just like drained, like have no energy.
Right. It's because you're taking on other people's energy, other people's stuff, and it's really not yours. So as an empath, you really have to just let that go and release it back to where it came from.
That makes sense.
Perfect. Were there any other questions that you had?
No, I think I'm good. Thank you so much. It really did help knowing that he did come through and that he is okay and that he doesn't blame me for all this, and it really did help.
Right. Good. I'm so glad. Yeah. You know, we don't feel the same way when we leave our bodies energetically and we cross over. You know, there's not that anything that we would have carried in life disappears when we cross over. So things are completely different. They look different. They feel different. So take that with you and carry that.
Okay.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much for calling in tonight. I hope you have a wonderful evening.
You too. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Next, we have Myrtle in Alabama. Good evening and welcome to Your Time to Shine.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing okay. How about yourself?
I'm good. What can we help you with tonight?
I guess more like finances. Yeah, finances. Or just general, whatever you're drawn to.
Okay. All right. Hang on just a moment. Let me tune in here. I'll be right back. Okay, so I'm getting some impressions. I'm getting like dollar signs going all over the place. I'm feeling like there's some type of an investment or something that you are looking to do. Something that could be really lucrative, but you've been kind of sitting on it for a while.
I can't think of what that could be. I mean, the most I've been trying to invest in is a car, if that makes sense.
No, that's not. Yeah, that's not what. That's not it. I'm feeling like. So I'm feeling like that there's some kind of an investment, possibly to do with retirement or 401k investments. Have you been doing anything with that? Because that seems to be coming through really strong.
No, I haven't done anything with that. It's been something that's been thought about, but I haven't really actually took any steps, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. So what that's telling me is that because I'm being shown like dollar signs all over the place. So what they're showing me is that it's time for you to start investing in your future. That you need to start planning on how your future is going to look. They're telling me that you've actually done pretty well financially. You really know how to watch watch your money, watch your finances. But they're saying that the long-term planning or the long-term goals haven't been there for you. And so they're saying that right now you need to start investing in your future. I just keep hearing investing in your future. Does the company that you are you working outside the home, or are you self-employed?
I work outside the home. I actually work 2 jobs.
Okay. So look into that and see if that your company, whoever that you're with, has some type of a plan. Or if they don't, look outside of that and see if you find like an investment company that you can start looking into that part of it. Because they're telling me that you can be really, really good at that. You have a tendency to manifest just about anything that you want to manifest, which is a beautiful, beautiful thing. So they're encouraging you to use that manifestation that you have to look into your future.
Okay. That sounds pretty good. It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. They're showing me that that as far as your stability or financial stability, you've got everything right there in front of you already. You have everything that it takes to strive financially. I see money swirling all around you. So that's why your team, your loved ones are pointing this out, because what you can do during this time in your life, you can also do for your future as well.
Okay, it's interesting you mention that. My future has been on my mind a lot lately, like as far as financially.
Right. And we're on the cusp of the supermoon as well. And that's also pushing you into thinking about your future and what you're going to do, have. So it's no wonder that this is coming up for you right now. So, but Myrtle, we are coming down to just the last few seconds of our show. So I want to thank you so much for calling in tonight, and I hope this helped.
Thank you so much. This was a lot of help, and I really appreciate it, and you definitely gave me the clarity I need.
Perfect. I love hearing that. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. You have a good night, and thank you again.
You're welcome. You too. Well, that does it for me here. Another Thursday night down. We'll see you guys all next week in September. Hard to believe our summer's already gone. If you'd like to reach out to me, I have opened 6 spots for private readings in the month of September. Catch me over at www.wingsofsoulswithjulie.com or on Facebook at Julie Yeager Medium, or also Your Time to Shine Facebook page. Have a great week, everyone. See you next time.
Hi, Tonya Reeves, Australia's Psychic Cowgirl. I am in the car today because we've been travelling around Adelaide and we found a little park, which I was kind of hoping to set up outside, but it's pretty busy. So I just wait, you know what, I'll sit in the car and there's a little bit of wind out there, so it doesn't always make for good hearing for my callers. So, so I'm in the little Suzuki. We are in Adelaide. We have come over to South Australia to watch the V8 supercars that are on this weekend, and that's at Tailem Bend. So we're pretty excited about that. That goes starts tomorrow till Sunday, and we're here to go the Fords. So so we've got our Ford motorhome, our American motorhomes in amongst all the campers at the Bend. So a few people have popped in to say hello already, and looking forward to a great weekend. So I hope your week's been good. Let me see what we've been happening this week. We've had a few curveballs for some people, not just little ones, but fairly big ones. And so I just thought I'd touch on that today. When stuff gets real and we're dealt with, I suppose, deadlines or things where we feel like we're really struggling to be able to move forward because we feel like there's been I call them like a speed hump in the road, but sometimes it's also about we need to regroup. So we're still going through that energy at the moment. The Lions portal is open, which is offering big opportunities, but for some people, they're really struggling to step into it still. So I can relate to that because we all have times where the challenges become really big, and I just want to, let you know that I'm here and there is guidance around. So a little reminder at this time for those that are struggling is go catch up with a friend. Go and share what it is that's going on for you at the moment because, a problem shared is halved, and we often, as humans, we tend to be there for everyone else and we forget to ask for ourselves. So my message today is go and ask. If you're feeling stuck, go and chat to a friend. You'll get inspired and you will find that, things won't look as bad. So just for those that are struggling. Another thing, don't forget your affirmations. I know I say them all the time, but I truly, truly know the gift that these are to yourself and to not forget that. So, know that you have that ability to do something that doesn't cost you anything. Just write up some affirmations and have them there so that you can be connecting with them and just stick them all around the place. Really is a great, powerful tool. Another really powerful tool, again, I'll go a reminder to keep changing things up. So at least 3 things a week you have to change. Move things around, shuffle them around. If you're feeling stuck, I've had a lot of people connect with me lately that have financially been struggling. We've got to remember if we keep doing the same thing, we're not going to get a different result. So if you are struggling, we want to look at changing that. So we need to bring in some more tools, it can be just honouring yourself a little bit more. Sometimes we tend to hold on to what little money we have and we're very reluctant to let it go. And that says to the universe that we're in a scarce mindset or a poverty mindset. So if you're doing that, shout yourself a coffee, go and do a dance class. It's just feed what it is that innately makes you happy. And for some of us, it can be they're not really sure. So have a really good think about what is it that makes your heart sing. Do you have something creative you want to pursue? Do you want to go and learn how to dance or to do martial arts or go and play tennis or play golf? You could be 50 or 60 and go, you know what, I'm going to learn something new. You just have to look at the great example Louise Hay was with that. Like she went and learned something new all the time to keep her brain active and to also also have fun as you get older. So I think it's important because we can get into a rut. And as we get older, I know I'm now in my 50s and we get stuck on things because we know that that's comfortable. So I just want to remind you, do something different for you and honour who it is you are and what makes you happy. Okay, no matter what, it's about bringing that bit of extra happiness in to then show the universe that you're ready. You're ready for more. Okay? That's my little bit of advice for today. Loving you all for connecting and ringing in. Thank you very much. I'm going to go on to my first caller, Kathy in Texas. Woohoo! Love Texas. Kathy, how are you?
I am good.
That's good. Have you got something you'd like me to focus on specific today? Not quite hearing. Might be from my end. Kathy, can I ask, is your mum in spirit? Because I've really got this lady coming through for you. Okay, hang in there, Kathy. We are coming back for you. The phone is hung up. That's interesting. So Dave is hard at it. Sometimes we do lose callers, and like I've said before, contact me. My Facebook page is Australia's Psychic Cowgirl. You can send me in a message. If you ever get hung up on, please message me and I will connect for you, because Spirit is here. For whatever reason, sometimes